at his very best, which is still terrible.
Oh my god.
You're right about that.
The movie starts off letting you know what you're in for by showing a bloated Seagal having a gunfight in a cemetery. It's unclear if he's in slow motion or if that's just how he moves. What is clear is he has no idea what he's even shooting at. Oh, Seagal, I know you think that looks cool, but come on.
I'm just gonna say
we then get a scene where a priest goes off script and starts telling Seagal what the world's been trying to tell him his entire career.
You're not a good guy. The world is filled with guys like you, worried about getting what they think they deserve, and why should they work for it? You divorce, you gamble, you sit around all day, you do nothing with your life, living off God knows what. Then you're a cop and they kicked you out. You're not a good guy. I bet you don't see your daughter one day out of 20.
I could watch an entire movie of nothing but this priest talking shit to Seagal. But it's Seagal, and giving people what they want just isn't his style. Anyways, after losing all his money playing poker, Seagal is abducted and taken to someone known only as the old man who wants Seagal to assassinate bad people for him.
Oh my gosh, it was so bad.
They also talk about how awesome Seagal is and about the old man paying off Seagal's gambling debt. But honestly, it pains me to see Lance Henriksen in such a terrible movie, so I'm just going to skip past it. Now it's the next morning where Seagal is woken up by his daughter's stepdad. Seagal can't watch his daughter today because this guy still has Seagal at gunpoint.
That's your daughter.
Has he really been pointing his gun at Seagal since last night?
Yes.
He then gives Seagal his target and leaves. Why didn't you just do that last night? All he accomplished was disappointing Seagal's daughter. Like it's not bad enough having Seagal as your father. Anyways, in case you were wondering, Seagal's target is the guy with the red circle around him.
Oh, I had no idea.
Good thing they circled him, so you know it's not this lady who you can only see half of. Although it would be awesome if Seagal was a smartass and assassinated her instead. So Seagal begins to tail him in the most confusing scene of all time. First, Seagal's shirt magically changes color. Then he asks this lady,
Korean, Japanese?
I speak both.
Speak both, I speak both too.
but don't ask him to prove it because he quickly changes the subject.
So that guy was rude to you, huh?
We then get so much use of a body double that is so clearly not Seagal that I had to watch it multiple times to be sure it was even supposed to be Seagal. It's like they had some random extra footage that they just threw together and called it a scene. We then take a break from everything so that Seagal can spend a day with his kid.
I wish Mom and Steve would let me come here by myself.
At this point, it's obvious that
Oh,
Seagal's
friggin'
padding
Mom.
the runtime as much as possible to try and hit
Recalibrate my
90
camera.
minutes.
What does that mean on your heart, Daddy?
I love
Oh.
Now that that's out of the way,
Oh, well, never mind.
Seagal can plan his attack.
I just have to look at this monitor. I'm looking
So
at chats.
Seagal is tailing his target again. By that I mean just staring at him like a creep. When this lady randomly walks up to him,
These videos are
because
so
how
good.
could anyone resist that hunk of man meat? In a restaurant where everyone's dressed up nice and Seagal's wearing this, can you really blame her for just throwing herself at him? Anyways, I guarantee you she was put into the movie just to deliver this one line.
What I really needed to do was grow a dick.
I would like you a lot. less if you had a dick, especially if it was bigger than mine.
I don't think that's possible.
Knowing Seagal, I wouldn't be surprised if the entire movie was just an excuse for someone to say that. So the next night, Seagal decides a restaurant full of people is the best time to make his move. He kills several people with plenty of witnesses around, and then just walks right by the police. To be fair to the police, they were looking for Seagal and not his much thinner body double. Seagal then immediately gets a new target. While scoping him out, these
body
guys
doubles
approach
crack me
him.
up.
Want to ask you some questions?
How can I help you?
Why did they do that? No idea. The movie never tells us. They do describe who sent them though.
He's 6 feet tall. He's clean shaven.
Oh,
Wears
no.
a blue suit.
Really? That's his description? He shaved today and is wearing blue? Thanks, dipshits. That's really f***ing useful.
My
Seagal
eyes, oh my
thinks
gosh.
it's suspicious
I got
that this guy shaved today and has some blue on.
Yeah.
They said extremely unattractive, light-skinned gentleman, dressed well, but ugly as a son of a bitch.
Hey,
Okay,
that's
there.
not what they said. He has his gun out the entire time, but somehow never felt threatened by any of this. Whatever.
That guy's too far away.
This is Seagal's ex-wife. She's only in 2 scenes, but she spends both of them throwing herself at him
Do you want some coffee?
because he's Seagal,
You know, you could stay for dinner.
and all women are powerless to resist him.
Oh, God.
Seagal then just shows up at his target's hideout and slaughters everyone. I have no idea what's supposed to be happening right here. But at least we get this funny little slap show. That makes this old man very happy. Then, the movie takes an insane twist. One of the girls that couldn't contain herself around Seagal is actually working for the old man.
What?
That actually makes sense, and being paid is the only reason a woman would ever do that. Seagal's next target is his daughter's stepdad. So Seagal tries to warn him,
Somebody wants you dead.
but he responds with some very mixed messages.
Now, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, get out of town. Matt, come back!
Make up your fucking mind. It turns out he's a crooked cop who's an all-around terrible human being.
Steve was working for both of
No.
the other targets. He killed somebody for them then. He's appointed to solve the crime. He's not on the take. He's one of them.
Seagal tells the priest who was roasting him earlier that he's a great guy who would never do any of that. But for some reason, he comes and kills the priest.
Oh, my God.
I have no idea why he did this, and the movie never tells us.
Of course.
Anyways, a bunch of stupid stuff happens, and we get this idiotic car scene that's only memorable for this guy trying to be Seagal with a creepy mask on, Seagal blindly firing at who knows what, and this vehicle who, during a head-on collision, does a front flip. Now, it's the priest's funeral, and we finally get to see the ridiculous action scene we were promised at the start. Seagal doesn't disappoint and gives us more stupid
mouth, oh my
shooting
God.
while not looking like he's a fucking
I have to
Harlem
close this so it
Globetrotter.
doesn't spaz out, and
Here,
this looks like
he
a
racks
bad-
his gun once, and somehow 3 rounds come out. I have No idea what that's supposed to be, and I can only assume that Seagal must have the reality stone. This guy then goes full supervillain and kidnaps his own stepdaughter, which is stupid for so many reasons that I'm just going to pretend it didn't happen. So Seagal does what he thinks is really cool and asks him this.
You want to be cremated or buried?
Buried.
Then he tries to say a cool line, but the music is so loud you can't even hear him. That's the attention to detail we've come to expect from a Seagal movie. It's the perfect ending since this whole thing was a fucking dumpster fire.
It's so bad, it'll eat your soul.
Kill Switch is Steven Seagal's 2008 film about a Memphis detective hunting down 2 serial killers. Even by Seagal standards, it's bad. Really bad.
What is it?
Oh, we already watched this.
Half his dialogue is him whispering and mumbling,
Closer? I don't know about that, man.
while the other
Best and worst movie.
Samurai Cop
top
is
10
a movie
awesome reasons.
full of contradictions. It is the best at being the worst. It puts a lot of effort into not caring at all. None of the jokes are funny,
Why did you come under? I'm an undercover cop.
but everything else is. Here are 10 reasons why
Samurai
Cop is the best,
I love
worst
it.
movie ever made. Number 10, Joe, the main star of the movie and the Samurai Cop himself. What makes him a samurai?
They call him Samurai. He speaks fluent Japanese.
Sounds like a samurai to me. Oh, you want proof?
What does katana mean?
It means Japanese sword.
Boom! The first thing you notice about him is his sweet, sweet hair. It doesn't look ridiculous or stick out at all, which is why he's such an effective undercover cop. While he may look like the biggest douche in the world, just check out his inspirational speech that would make a bald eagle stand up and salute.
Now I'm telling these son of a bitches that we respect the Japanese of this country. And yeah, this is the land of opportunity. Not for death merchants who distribute drugs to our children through schools and on the streets. Now I'm telling these motherfuckers that if they continue killing our children to make their precious millions that they deposit in their secret Swiss bank accounts, I'll have their stinking bodies in garbage bags and ship them back to Japan for fertilizer. Got it?
He also has the sickest comebacks.
You have nothing on me.
Oh, I got a lot of shit on you.
He doesn't, though. He's also a master swordsman, which comes up way more often in policing than I ever thought.
Leave him alone. Uncuff him. I mean it, uncuff him.
Holy sh! He wasn't even near the guy. That doesn't seem like it should even be possible.
Damn.
But he's the samurai.
It means Japanese sword.
He is, however, a terrible cop and doesn't seem to really understand what they do.
Freeze.
Yes, he grabbed him by the neck and yelled freeze, which is already weird, but whatever. Now they handcuff him, right? No, they just beat his ass and leave him there. And here, he's trying to take cover behind these little pipes. And finally, the crime boss shoots his partner and is fighting his girlfriend. What does he do? He just stands there. He makes up for it, though, in the final fight after they both somehow drop their swords on accident at the exact same time, he does this sick samurai punch where the guy's head snaps back before he even hits him. Bravo, Joe. Bravo. Number 9, Frank. Joe's partner. Frank is one cool dude. His main contribution is giving awesome reaction faces to all the stupid shit that happens in the movie. He's also terrible at being a cop though. There are multiple times when Joe is fighting bad guys and he just disappears until the fight is over. Here, he's handcuffing one of the gang members and is putting the guy's hand right where his gun is. He really should have seen that coming. But that magnificent hair saves the day again. Then, in this scene, the guy on the roof just shoots in the completely wrong direction, and Frank doesn't even hear it. He also shares a really awkward moment with this henchman.
I can relieve you of this gift. This black gift.
What?
Number 8, the car chase scene. The car chase scene is the most ridiculous scene in movie history. Somehow, Joe knows there's cocaine in the van they're following. Just try to remember that. They start the chase by just pulling in front of the van and pointing a gun at the driver. They don't say anything, and the van has no reason to believe that they're the police. Since they believe they're under attack, a guy opens the back door of the van and begins shooting at them, but isn't able to hit the vehicle with any of his shots. Joe and Frank then apparently have some sort of system worked out where Frank only pulls the trigger when Joe tells him to.
Shoot! Shoot him!
This guy is hit.
You got him!
And then slowly falls out of the van.
Hold on.
They have plenty of time to stop, and you even hear them braking.
Watch it!
But they still go right over him.
What the?
Then, even though they're being shot at and just killed a guy,
I love the
it's
over the
too
top
soon
action
to call
movies.
for
It's just
backup.
so funky.
Hey, let's call for backup. We'll call him when we need
So
him.
bad.
This next guy can't even hit the
It's
vehicle
amazing, though.
either. They go back to Joe, telling Frank when to shoot.
Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him!
Shoot
You
him,
got it.
shoot him.
Yeah, I got the best.
And I gotta say, it seems to be working for him. This guy then gets shot and then clearly leaps out of the vehicle. Frank then shoots the driver in the neck. The van runs into a mound of dirt and then explodes.
Burning! Something! Man, he's burning!
He's burning,
We
man.
gotta do
Good job, guys. Cause for a celebration.
Good job? What part of this is a good job?
You got it.
Good job, guys.
See you back at your
Did it.
place.
How are they even talking to her? They don't have radios. They're just having a regular conversation with someone in a helicopter using a normal speaking voice. And they completely forgot about the briefcase full of cocaine.
I'm well informed there's a large suitcase full of coke in the back.
They just executed a van full of people for no reason.
He's burning! We gotta do something!
And the driver that was on fire looks nothing like the driver they were supposed to be following. I'm gonna be honest with you, I think they got the wrong van. But whatever, the movie just goes with it. Number 7, the hospital scene.
The hospital.
While the
scene.
car chase was ridiculous, The hospital scene is just bizarre. They're there to talk to the badly burned driver of the van, who is being watched by this officer who clearly has a drug problem.
Not much, sir. There's a nurse in there giving him an injection. He's burned pretty bad.
I'm not convinced this guy is a real officer. His police uniform is just a button-up black shirt with a badge on it, blue pants, and 2 different belts. You know what? Whatever. Let's just talk about the nurse. I also don't believe she's a real nurse.
Do you like what you see?
I mean, what the hell is this?
I love what I see.
Would you like to touch what you see?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Why, though?
Would you like to go out with me? Would you like to f me?
There's a burnt man in the
why
hospital.
is there a burn victim right next to a dentist? What is wrong with this hospital? They tell the officer, who doesn't want to admit that he lost his uniform.
And remember, no one goes in the room except for doctors and nurses. Got it?
Okay, Joe.
Who then immediately lets this lady in,
I have to change the trash. Is that all right?
who's obviously lying about changing the trash out, unless the way they do it here is to just swap out the entire trash cans instead of just the bags. But knowing this hospital, I wouldn't be surprised. Of course, the room doesn't even seem to have a trash can, and it was just a ploy to sneak a large man in who decapitates the burn victim with a katana.
It means Japanese sword.
Oh man, they are gonna be so pissed at you.
Oh my God.
Did he just lose his duty belt too? Number 6, Captain Romer, the police captain and boss of Joe and Frank. He is pretty upset about the whole hospital decapitation thing.
Everything you did was wrong. A man in our custody lost his head. An officer lost his hand.
What? That never happened.
Don't like that.
Hey, I've been here 1 week.
And just how long will it take you to bring them to their knees?
He's only been there a week, and he should have already brought down a criminal organization.
1 week? 1 month? Next year?
I mean, even a year would be extremely fast. He has the craziest mood swings.
You son of a bitch! Come back here, you motherfucker!
But he sure knows his stuff.
Captain, what do you want me to do about the case?
What case?
The Los Feliz case.
You're the officer in charge of the case. Go do it!
Yes, his advice is, go do it. Thanks, Captain.
Just go do it.
Check out how he deals with the crime boss's attorney.
You and your client. And you get your ass out of my office, or you'll have to go to surgery to get my foot out of it. I got more important things than a shyster like you. Get out of here. You motherfucker, I'll see you in hell. Leave me alone. Get a job.
He has a job. He's an attorney, remember? By the end of the movie, he has completely lost his mind.
Find that motherfucking Japanese gangster. Kill him, and I want you to kill every one of his men. I want you to turn his house into a bloodbath. Don't leave anybody alive.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Number 5, the jokes. The only part of the movie that isn't funny.
Why did you come under?
Oh,
I'm
the
an undercover
jokes,
cop.
yeah.
Not
They're
only
usually
do they
pretty
steal
corny.
this joke,
So what are you gonna do? Fight this guy barehanded?
from a much better movie,
Oh,
but they actually
yeah, I
do
didn't
it
think about
twice.
that.
Again, they use this same joke
Captain Roman's gonna burn my ass.
Yeah, he's gonna burn it. Charcoal black.
It is black.
twice.
You burn my ass.
You don't have to worry about that. It's already,
Yeah, I know. It's already black, huh?
Oh my
And I
Ricky.
think this guy's name is supposed to be a joke.
Alfonso Rafael Federico Sebastian. This is my first name.
I really can't tell. Number 4, Fujiyama. The main villain of the movie and the head of the Japanese katana
It means Japanese sword.
crime
Japanese
organization,
sword.
even though he's the only Japanese member and his accent makes it sound like he has never even been to Japan.
To kill you and my other men, to put handcuffs on me, and put me in the gas chamber.
But that's not important. What's important is his badass mullet. He also shows that Joe isn't the only one that can give awesome pro-America monologues.
This is America, land of freedom and law. A man is innocent until he's proven guilty.
Number 3, the women. The
What?
women in Samurai Cop are just awful. There's Peggy, who tries to sleep with every officer at the station.
This time he probably cut my dick too, huh?
Let's use it before you lose it. Hey, preacher,
Yeah.
you and I got nothing to do. Let's f***.
You already know her issues.
Have you been circumcised?
Yeah, I have. Why?
Well, your doctor must have cut a big portion of it off.
There's this lady who is actually in a lot of scenes, but they didn't even bother giving her a name. And then Jennifer, who seems to be the most normal until you see what she has in her office.
It's a very nice restaurant.
Thanks. You're a police officer.
What the f is that? God damn it, Jennifer. What is wrong with you? Number 2, consistency. The only thing that's consistent in the movie is how inconsistent it is. The most obvious is Joe's hair. Sometimes it's his real hair that is long and ridiculous. And other times, it's clearly a wig that's long, ridiculous, and hilarious. He also has a magical gun that is sometimes a large black pistol, sometimes a small black pistol, and sometimes a silver revolver, all within the same scene. Peggy also has a magical changing gun. Check out this conversation in a restaurant.
For this insult to my client, I'll file the case first thing in the morning.
Frank is clearly not in the restaurant, but in a small room.
Hey, counselor. You still have 3 or 4 hours before the courthouse closes.
The waiter also teleports to this same room.
I like cops. My cousin's a cop.
And this fight, they start off surrounded by trees, which just magically disappear. Before we get to number 1, here are some honorable mentions. This waiter. Jennifer's dad committed suicide.
Where's her father?
Bang!
And that makes this waiter really happy.
Oh, he committed suicide.
Yes!
The credits.
Laugh.
This movie knows that it is such a piece of shit that there's no way anyone's still going to be watching at the end, so they just put the credits at the beginning. We get 90 seconds of black screen and credits play to awful Nintendo music to start the movie.
It does sound like retro.
And finally,
video game music.
these guys doing their best to win Oscars for their dramatic death scenes.
Oh, you got me. Oh.
And the number 1 reason why Samurai Cop is the best, worst movie of all time is laziness. Joe messes up a line.
Are you Fujiyama?
And instead of doing another take, they just say, F it. His name is now Fujiyama.
Yes, I am.
Here's Joe's wig coming off, but they just use the take anyways. In this action scene, there's still a bad guy with a gun shooting at them, and Joe is trying to take him down, but the scene just suddenly ends, and now it's a love scene. I have no idea what was supposed to happen here, but there's no way this was it. Finally, there are multiple times where people are talking, but they completely forgot to dub in lines. If you don't believe that Samurai Cop is the best, worst movie of all time, then
You motherfucker, I'll see you in hell.
Attack Force has his...
here are 5 reasons why Attack Force is the worst movie of all time. Number 5, Steven Seagal. Where to even start? Not only is he the star of the movie, but he wrote it as well.
I ain't getting no love and I'm too old for love.
Which is very impressive. Not because the writing's good. No, it's the worst I've ever seen.
Here's to what might could be a real good team.
I'm impressed that he actually had the guts to admit it.
You know what, man?
To be fair, though, there are worse things for him to be embarrassed about in Attack Force.
That's right, baby.
This is an actual stunt double used for Seagal casually walking for just a few seconds and answering a phone. Because I guess you don't want your action star taking unnecessary risks like that.
Yeah.
He doesn't even do most of his talking for some reason.
The consequences are the same, no matter how you look at it. I mean, we made the treaties, they broke them, and now you sit back and expect me to clean up after them? That's not gonna happen, you hear?
They got someone to dub his voice.
That'll be all right. Okay. Children, let's go.
Through most of the movie, and he doesn't even attempt to make his voice sound anything like Seagal's.
I don't know, man. I just needed some time to think. My team, they're well trained, real well trained. Whoever did this or whatever did this.
I really need to know who did this. Let me ask you something. What's the story with Majestic?
In his defense, though, the lack of any kind of effort completely nails a Steven Seagal impression.
So he's not gonna say nothing to me.
There are even scenes where his voice goes back and forth from his
This time you really pissed me off.
to the obvious dubbing between sentences.
Do you hear me? I'm running out of patience.
I'll kill you, just like you did to my men.
1, 2.
Yeah, that's a good assumption.
Tell Werner he needs to get up earlier than that.
It's not all downsides with him, though. Just look at how he sits. Like a f***ing boss. Which is good, because he spends 95% of the movie sitting down. He plays the same character as in every movie, an unstoppable badass.
There's just 2 things you need to know about Marshall Lawson. 1 is he's a bad mother, and 2, he's a bad mother.
Who's too fast to ever get hit? Even though he's 300 pounds, slow as hell, and you can hear him breathing from across the room. Number 4, the plot. Calling it a plot is very generous. It makes no sense, but I'll do my best to explain it. There's a new drug called CTX that turns people into bloodthirsty killers with superhuman abilities.
Oh no.
There's a prostitute that takes it and kills her clients for reasons that are never explained.
We need the movie to happen.
There's also a giant conspiracy involving high-ranking government officials.
At the end of the day, none of this will ever have happened.
Where Paris's drinking supply has been spiked with CTX.
It's the city's water supply system. It's contaminated it. Effective enough for a 100-mile radius.
Why are they doing that? Who knows? They never explain that either. So Seagal sprints as fast as he can through hundreds of rooms, which is obviously the same couple of rooms over and over. He then murders some kids and fights a model.
Average Steven Seagal movie.
Then they just
But
say,
only if he has a
"Fuck it,
love
there's
interest."
no way anyone's still watching, and the movie just ends. No resolution to the government conspiracy or the contaminated water. Just roll credits. Let's get our paychecks and get the out of here. Number 3, the alternate plot. The movie was initially filmed having a completely different plot that had something to do with aliens. Something about aliens is all by itself a much more in-depth plot than what we ended up with. It's mind-blowing that somebody cared enough about the movie to completely change the plot after it was already filmed, but not care enough to give us anything coherent. I just want to say, I really appreciate you sticking with me through this absolute travesty of a movie. I'm going to play this video of pure joy to help raise our spirits before we get back into it. Number 2, the fight scenes. Oh man, the fight scenes. Seagal's fighting throughout the entire movie involves him flailing his arms around in front of himself like he's trying to play patty cake but forgot how it goes. We get some nice point of view shots celebrating his many chins, and it's not clear if it's supposed to be in slow motion or if that's just how he moves now. Nobody is able to penetrate his teenage slap fight defense, and he manages to kill the 120-pound model. Good job, Seagal.
I clapped.
Also, a shout out for this highly athletic kick. Yes, this is another stunt double doing the death-defying move of putting his leg down. And this advanced martial arts move where he just kinda lazily pushes her through a wall. Before we get to number 1, here are some honorable mentions. This guy.
They're on CTX. I can see it.
Really? How could you tell? Thank God you're here. The flashes of light. Throughout the movie, there are these random flashes of light used to cover up the terrible effects and even worse fight choreography. The fact that everything else in the movie is incredibly dark makes the flashes of light just brings more attention to it. The budget. Somehow, this movie had a reported budget of $12 million. I am 100% convinced that this was a money laundering scheme. And the number 1 reason why Attack Force is the worst movie of all time is Steven Seagal. I know he was already number 5, but man, he is just that bad. He put so little effort into Attack Force that towards the end of the movie, he's actually just whispering all his lines.
That wasn't nice. So we got trouble. It's not gonna be back up the cops. It's gonna be a strike team to take it. She'll work out good for us. Still got a few tricks up my sleeve. Whoever did this or whatever did this, they're good.
And just look how distraught he is over finding his men slaughtered.
Nah, don't bother. They're all dead.
And what's with this? He's shoving the door into the dead body like he's pissed at the dead body for being in his way. And is this supposed to be ironic?
That's a weird scene to film.
What can I do for you,
I
Marshal?
was gonna punch
I'm
this
flattered.
dead body with
Really
the
flattered you
door.
recognize my voice.
How can anyone remember his always changing voice? And why did he name the movie Attack Force?
I don't know, man.
While that doesn't describe the movie in any way, I guess we're lucky he bothered to even name it at all.
That's right, baby. That's right.
If you don't agree that Attack Force is the worst movie of all time, then
You're going to regret that.
Jean-Claude Van Damme
Hell
and
yeah.
Steven Seagal were two of the biggest action stars of the 80s and 90s. But who really was the best? We're going to compare their breakout movies, Bloodsport and Above the Law, to declare a winner. Round
love the
one,
movie title so
the
much.
better physique. Both of these men have incredible physiques, and it was very difficult to pick a winner. While Steven Seagal successfully pulls off the human ostrich look, he's just barely edged out by Van Damme's resemblance to a Greek god. Point Van Damme. Round two, the best fight. Van Damme takes on Chong Li, the reigning Kumite champion, and is blinded. He still manages to catch strikes while putting on an aerial display of jumping spin kicks and jump splits. Steven Seagal has a bar fight where he slaps guys with his forearm. Another close one, but Van Damme's is just much, much more impressive. Point Van Damme. Round three, the better runner. In Bloodsport, Van Damme does what can only be described as strutting while running. Just look how cool he looks posing and wearing that awesome jacket and smiling away. His running actually makes me happy. Oh, Van Damme, you crazy trickster. In Above the Law, the closest thing Steven Seagal does to running is whatever the hell this is. It definitely doesn't make me happy. It does make me feel better about my own running, though. Despite that, this is an easy point for Van Damme. Round 4, best show of emotion. In Bloodsport, Van Damme befriends the very awesome Ray Jackson.
I'll drink to that.
Will you stop worrying, Frankie? I've got it under control.
During the most intense moment of the movie, the villain needlessly injures him in front of Van Damme. And you can just see the pain in his eyes that could bring a statue to tears. In Above the Law, this is the only point I was able to find where Steven Seagal's facial expression changed. I'll play it in slow motion so you can see it. There, right there. While that is far outside Seagal's normal acting range, I have to award the point to Van Damme. Round 5. Better opponents. Bloodsport has Van Damme squaring off against a variety of unique and interesting characters. There's the sumo wrestler, the Muay Thai fighter, the cheater, a guy who really can't back up his threats, and obviously, Chong Li. In Above the Law, Steven Seagal's opponents are so bad, he somehow holds them up when they have him completely outgunned and outnumbered 5-1.
Put your hands on your head. All right, fall in behind the last man.
They decide that after they're all disarmed, now is the time to attack. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Van Damme gets the point in a landslide. Round 6. The best move. Steven Seagal is riding on top of the bad guy's vehicle for some reason and does a very impressive window smash before choking out the passenger. It works, I guess. In Bloodsport, Van Damme does the
Dimmak. What the hell is a Dimmak? Death touch.
Where he slams his hand down on a pile of bricks and makes the bottom brick completely explode while leaving all the others unscratched.
We honor your invitation.
No shit, you honor his invitation.
Point Van Damme. And the final round, round 7. The better story. The story in Above the Law is a Chicago cop and former CIA operative who uncovers a conspiracy or something. I don't really know. It's hard to follow, and nobody really cares. The story of Bloodsport is Van Damme is in an underground fighting tournament, and he kicks lots of ass.
Oh my god.
Two points for Van Damme. So, the final tally after 7 rounds is Van Damme 8, Steven Seagal 0, making Van Damme the victor.
All right, Frankie.
Congratulations, Jean-Claude. You earned it.
I like how he always plays this.
Here are 6 reasons why Hard Target is so damn good. Number 6, Van
Hard
Damme.
Target.
Where to even start? He plays the hero named Chance.
Oh, I watched this one too already. Hold on. Wait,
Here are 5 reasons
This
why.
is the one with Dennis
Double
Rodman. I
team.
watched this one too. Oh, my Street Fighter.
Here are 5 reasons why Street Fighter is so bad that it's the greatest movie of all time. Number 5, Van Damme. After creating 2 of mankind's greatest masterpieces in Hard Target and Time Cop, Van Damme knew he could probably get away with half-assing it for a movie. And boy, did he ever.
I'm the Reaper Man, and you're out of business.
Not only did his English somehow get even worse,
Synchronize your watches. 0500, gas stuff at 0600.
but his delivery shows he has no idea what's going on.
Come out from behind the curtain, wizard. Let's see how pure your combat really is.
He plays Guile, the most American person you have ever seen. You know he's American because of his very real and very tiny American flag tattoo. He's world famous and a household name, as all colonels are.
Colonel Guile, Chung Lee's and GNT News. May we speak to you, sir, please?
No.
But don't you want to speak to the world audience?
He gives the most inspirational speech in history.
We can all go home. Meanwhile, ideals like peace, freedom, and justice, they get packed up.
At least I think it is. It's really hard to understand him.
I'm gonna get on my boat, and I'm going upriver, and I'm going to kick Bison's ass so hard that the next Bison wannabe is gonna feel it.
As long as he keeps giving us these awesome spin kicks, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Number 4, Raul Julia. What goes great with an average actor who's just mailing it in? An all-time great actor hamming it up like a motherfucker. Nobody told Raul Julia that this movie was terrible, and the results...
We shall face it together, DJ. With the stoicism of the true warrior.
Were
Anyone who opposes me will be destroyed.
glorious.
Come here prepared to fight a madman, and instead you found a god?
He plays the main villain, M. Bison, an evil dictator who spends the movie saying the most awesome things.
The day Bison graced your village was the most important day of your life.
They're talking about the time he came to her village and slaughtered her father.
But for me, it was Tuesday.
That is so badass. He also mocks people's disabilities.
I guess you didn't see that, did you?
Damn. Number 3, the incredible backstories. Just look at what a masterful job Street Fighter does at introducing its characters.
You're Edmund Honda, the sumo from Hawaii. You almost made Yokozuna.
Until the Shadaloo Tong destroyed my reputation.
They did the same thing to me and my boxing career.
That's 2 complete backstories in under 10 seconds, delivered in a way that tells the audience, look, we're trying to sell a lot of toys here, so let's just keep this moving. There's a couple of cage fighters.
Greatest cage fighter since Iron Fist. Oh yeah, what happened to him? He retired and became me.
two martial arts bros,
You've forgotten everything our sensei talked about.
Van Damme's buddy,
Charlie, hang on, buddy.
Hello,
We're
hello.
coming.
a computer expert,
Oh, man. I should have stayed at Microsoft.
and a Native American. You know that because he's wearing a headband. That's 9 total characters whose backstories took under 30 seconds combined. What the movie lacks in effort, it more than makes up for in apathy. Number 2, Chun-Li. At first, she wins our hearts and minds by doing this completely pointless somersault. Later, she runs in from out of nowhere and stabs Ryu with a giant knife, and everybody just pretends like it didn't happen. She also screws up 2 great opportunities to kill Bison. The first one, she blows because she played an entire video for him, letting him know exactly what was happening. Which gave him time to get to safety. Then she
so
has
much.
Bison right where she wants him.
Oh my god.
And is about to avenge her father's death when this happens.
We're coming, Lee! Lee!
No!
Thanks, guys. Before we get to number 1, here are some honorable mentions. This lady, who after Ryu takes off his shirt, she decides she doesn't care about Vega anymore, even though Vega's body is much better. Her terrible taste is really hard for Vega to deal with. Captain Sawada, a completely unnecessary character in a movie overflowing with unnecessary characters. His only contributions are asking idiotic questions.
Colonel, my commando team is at full readiness, but we need to know if the assault will be by land, sea, or air.
In a terribly dubbed voice.
A single boat against everything he's got? The pilot would have to be out of his mind.
Van Damme decides to let the villain know that the hostage he has isn't just a regular hostage, but someone very important to him.
Oh my god.
Hang on, buddy.
I'm sure that won't cause him any problems.
So you are Guile's friend. Take him to the laboratory.
This guy's delivery.
Now then, where are those hostages?
He shows us he has the same heart as Raw Julia, but none of the talent. This assassin, sent to kill Van Damme, and would have been successful if he knew anything about subtlety. Then, this character decides she's just gonna take his shirt off. That same character later randomly shoots a rocket launcher at a wall that she's pretty close to for absolutely no reason. And it was awesome. And finally, the music video. There's actually a music video for the movie starring the main cast, and the song is sung by MC Hammer and Deion Sanders. I know this sounds stupid, but I swear it's real. And the number one reason why Street Fighter is so bad that it's the greatest movie of all time is the premise. The premise of Street Fighter has nothing to do with street fighting and doesn't even try to make sense. Sometimes the main villain is creating an army of super soldiers.
All I want to do is to create the perfect genetic soldier.
Other times, he plans on kidnapping the Queen of England.
That is the exchange rate the Bank of England will set once I've kidnapped their queen.
And a third plan of ransoming hostages for $20 billion in order to build a giant shopping mall.
The food court should be larger. All
That's
the
really
big
evil.
franchises will want in.
It's like they had a
The
bunch
shopping
of
mall and
different
the shopping
ideas
mall.
for the premise and just said F it and went with all of them and threw it together randomly.
Game over!
For Raul Julia, it was an insult. But for Van Damme,
It was Tuesday.
It was just Tuesday. All right, we can do a ranking, but I have to run dogs out. Oh, I didn't even click it. Stallone's Judge Dredd. Yeah, let's do that one. But I will be right back. I've returned. Oh, okay, my tracking might be messed. I'm sure Oh, throttle. All right. Hold on a second. There we go.
Judge Dredd is the Sylvester Stallone movie where he gave us all hope and showed the world the future doesn't have to be lame as hell like in Demolition Man.
What seems to be your boggle?
And could be totally fucking awesome
if
Rob Schneider didn't keep showing up to ruin everything.
I mean, that was all me, baby.
It starts off with the Warriors who break into Schneider's apartment to finally rid the world of his reign of terror. The police show up to take him away, and that son of a bitch must have tried telling jokes or something because they get so pissed they start lighting up innocent people like it's a fucking Seagal movie. You know shit's serious when Stallone rides a badass bike through flames, but then you see he's wearing spandex and whatever the fuck this is, and now who knows what to believe. He then throws out some questionable math.
Firing at 300 meters. The effective legal range is 200 meters.
Pretty sure this guy would disagree with you, but you know what? It. He sounds confident, so I'm all in. Then, instead of opening the door like a pussy, he blows it the fuck up. Because fuck doors. His hatred for doors is no joke, and he enters this room by shooting a goddamn hole in the floor above like he's Wile E. Coyote. Then this jackass hasn't been paying attention at all and goes through a door like an idiot. And now he's fucking dead, which is what you get when you replace your body armor with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Stallone then does some cold-hearted shit when he executes the entire gang while stretching. He allows Ajax to live for being such an amazing Raiden. Just kidding, Annihilation sucked. Go fuck yourself. So now Stallone goes around wrecking everyone's faces, and this movie's fucking awesome. Never mind, fuck this movie. Thankfully, Stallone's dealt with Schneider before.
He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells.
And knows how Schneider ruins everything he's in.
She's habitual her. She automatic 5-year sentence.
Which is total bullshit, because being Rob Schneider should carry way more prison time. But whatever, he's gone now, and Stallone can go back to being awesome. Now they make us watch these stupid old fucks who aren't even shooting anyone. They're just talking about politics.
If we don't increase our resources, they will be inadequate in less than 3 years.
And other boring shit.
For food, clothes, water.
I'm not sure who this guy is.
I say we expand execution to include lesser crimes.
But man, I like his style. Thankfully, that's over, and the movie can show us just how completely original it is. These not stormtroopers are taking this guy to see Rico.
No, they totally are.
I'm a ghost.
No, he's not, but he is a dick. But he's also kinda awesome and gets the movie, which has had way too much talking, back on track. He teams up with Dolph Lundgren for an epic Stallone-Drago rematch, and holy shit, now we have a movie again.
We're going to war.
Yeah, then the movie shows you it means business with this guy who goes full Neil Breen and says some very vague and stupid things.
cancer of oppression goes far deeper than the street judges. The whole system is the problem.
Before Stallone busts in and annihilates him because politics is for fucking nerds. Also, he might be a Nazi, but it's not all rainbows and sunshine. Judges of the future have to deal with some really serious shit too. Like this jackass who's parked in what looks like a handicap spot and something about 2 hours. But he's also floating off the fucking ground, which I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to do. Stallone senses things are getting heated.
Hey, you better listen.
So he de-escalates the situation by laughing in his face when he pleads not guilty.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
I knew you'd say that.
And then blowing up his fucking car. The police in the future are so badass. I hope that passenger lady got out of there, but if not, oh well, it's not his fucking problem. Now what the hell is this?
Dredd, you're under arrest.
What's the charge?
Murder.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But don't worry, Stallone knows what he's doing and throws the prosecution a curveball by not getting a real lawyer.
Judge Hershey. Why a street judge? She was at the top of her class in interpretation of law, and I trust her.
While both of those reasons might sound really stupid, trust me, Stallone's an expert.
This tribunal finds Joseph Dredd guilty.
Of course they did, because that was really fucking stupid.
This trial has been a farce.
And the only way to spare Stallone's life is for this old man to fuck off. The legal system of the future is complicated. So they're flying Stallone out to prison, and holy shit, these not stormtroopers are just the worst. First, they're so afraid of clouds.
Due to storm cloud activity over the desert, we will be flying at 60 feet.
Which seems excessive because the clouds are so high you can't even fucking see them. Then they let this guy on the plane with a knife, and it's not even well hidden. It's sticking right out of his sock. And even though it's not fair to blame this on them, I don't give a shit because it really pisses me off. The worst thing they do is they let Rob Schneider on that goddamn plane.
I am the law.
Everything's a giant clusterfuck as this guy cuts himself out of his seat while Schneider makes goat noises because he's Rob Schneider and that's what he does. All this stupid shit is happening at once. And even the guys from Deliverance think this is hard to watch, so they shoot that shit down. When the rescue team shows up, they do the right thing and execute everyone involved in that shit show. Luckily, Stallone and Schneider were taken prisoner by these friendly cannibals.
Allow me to introduce friendly cannibals.
Everything's going great until Stallone whips out the sickest burn of all time.
Does that come with a fork, Hanson?
Holy shit! Ron Perlman just got served. Schneider's Schneider, so he sells out Stallone.
Amen, brother.
To save his own ass.
I'm free, and you're toast.
But of course, Stallone's f***ing Stallone and beats the shit out of everyone. His ass kicking is interrupted by these not stormtroopers who come in and save Stallone's life so they can end Stallone's life. But Stallone says, look, motherfuckers, this isn't Star Wars. And to prove it, he goes full Rambo on these sons of bitches. Now that it's clearly not Star Wars, Obi-Wan Kenobi shows up and saves the day, and is then immediately killed.
Oh,
but not before telling some boring story about being clones or some shit.
DNA samples were taken.
Who the fuck cares? Now Rico goes around slaughtering judges, and I gotta say, outside of Stallone, they're all giant pussies. Since all the shitty judges are dead now, the German leader has the very sane idea.
There is a solution.
I told you not to call it that. Of creating genetically modified supermen.
This is madness.
Fuck yeah, it is. Anyways,
yeah.
Stallone runs out of Star Wars characters to kill out here, so he heads to the city, and Schneider's fucking everything up like Schneider tends to do.
Hello, Cursed Earth Pizza.
Like a giant movie-ruining baby, he picks the worst fucking time to throw a temper tantrum.
This is all your fault.
And demand an apology.
I'm gonna stay here until I'm caught or until you apologize.
I've never apologized.
One, that's a lie. We all saw you apologize a few minutes ago.
Sir, I'm sorry about this.
And two, fuck Schneider. If he wants to die up here, then who gives a shit?
I think I deserve that.
Stallone calls his bluff.
Now run!
And Schneider's all talk like everyone knew all along. He is so terrible that when he trips, instead of getting up like a normal human being, he just stays there like a fucking idiot and makes Stallone come get him. Then, when they make it out, he has the nerve to say this.
I'm alive! Oh, so are you.
Nobody knows why you're even in this movie, so go fuck yourself. Back to Rico, who murders that lame-ass counsel and decides to make clones of himself for reasons that are poorly explained.
They're gonna be my brothers and sisters.
That's not how cloning works, but whatever. Stallone meets up with his terrible not lawyer, and they talk about emotions and shit.
You said I had no feelings, no emotions.
While Schneider makes popcorn jokes.
But I fixed the microwave.
You want some popcorn?
And suddenly, this movie's completely unwatchable.
Is this a bad time?
For you, always. Thankfully, they go somewhere for some reason and are attacked by Dolph Lundgren, who kills Rob Schneider and is now the hero of the movie. This lady is supposed to be a scientist, but what the fuck is she talking about?
He looks a lot like you.
They look nothing alike. You know what movie will play your stupid game? They're identical. Then suddenly, Drago bursts in out of nowhere and comes out swinging with a sick right hook into a backhand. While that seems awesome, it's really not, because it turns out he's being controlled by Rob Schneider, which means he's still in the fucking movie. And because women just cannot get along, they start fighting for no reason, and honestly, nobody gives a fuck about this. The scientist again proves her intellect by kicking Judge Lady in the nuts. The Judge Lady wins, but holy shit, I'd rather be watching Rob Schneider.
You asshole.
At this point, the movie really runs out of steam and everything starts exploding, but we're never told why. Stallone then fights Rico at the top of the Statue of Liberty, but they look so similar, it's hard to tell who's who. I think that's Stallone hanging off the side, and suddenly we're supposed to believe that this guy can't do a single pull-up. But whatever, because Rico doesn't know how guns work and puts his hand right next to Stallone's, so he dies like a fucking moron. And I guess the scientist won after all. Or not, I still don't fucking care. Thank God that shit's over, and now we can get the happy, smiling Judge Dredd we've all come to know and love.
I like this movie.
Demolition Man is the Sylvester Stallone movie where he showed the world the 90s were awesome and the future's for pussies.
Even kids with chicken pox love hot dogs.
We start off in modern day Los Angeles, and this movie's already ahead of its time. Stallone is on this helicopter that's being fired at with a ton of tracer rounds, and they decide this is too dangerous, so they leave to try a different approach. Nah, fuck that. He bungee jumps out of the fucking helicopter, bitches! Then, when he lands, he says fuck aiming and steers the bullets with sheer awesomeness. And then loses it at this stupid door that inexplicably opens inward to an elevator shaft. And where the fuck is the elevator? These ropes aren't even attached to anything. How did this place ever pass inspection? After sneaking up on these bad guys, despite making as much noise as humanly possible, he confronts Wesley Snipes, who's hard at work at his desk. Snipes lights them both on fire, and neither really seem to mind. After overestimating his jumping ability, Stallone plays it off like he did that shit on purpose and knocks Snipes the fuck out right before the whole building explodes with them in it. Thankfully, their lives were spared by Raid Shadow Legends, who are sponsoring this video. Raid Shadow Legends has taken over, and gaming will never be the same again. Raid's the first game to bring a true console-level experience to your that. And when they find a bunch of dead bodies in the blown-up building...
The bodies everywhere! There must be 20 or 30!
Stallone gets blamed for all of it. He must have had the lawyer from Con Air admit to it, because he's given 70 fucking years.
You've been sentenced to 70 years, sub-zero rehabilitation.
If you're wondering why the length of time matters if you're frozen anyways, the answer is, who fucking cares? Because this guy is obviously sitting on another guy's shoulders and pretending to be one person, and everyone's going along with it like it's not crazy as shit.
Skip it.
Whatever. It's now 2032, and someone must have told him to knock it off because he's not 8 feet tall anymore. Snipes is somehow up for parole before Stallone, which even Snipes knows is bullshit. So he goes off on them.
Teddy bear.
But they don't get the message, so he kills them. These are the police, who are completely fucking worthless, and at this point, I'm actually rooting for Snipes. God damn it, never mind. Like Snipes, the ATMs in the future are complicated. Sometimes they're lame as hell.
Incredibly sensitive man who inspires joy feelings in all those around you.
Other times totally badass.
Don't you have someone to kill? Someone?
Like how Snipes sometimes rides around in a wiener while wearing overalls. He makes up for it by also kicking the shit out of nerds. The police finally accept that the future sucks and the 90s were way more awesome.
You lady!
So they beg the biggest badass from the 90s for some help, but he had far more important business in Thailand.
Yes! Again!
So they went with Stallone instead, who's pretty cool too.
Thanks.
Then the guy who got clowned by Tim Robbins actually has the nerve to give him lip.
Who cares what this primate thinks?
Look here, motherfucker. You're talking to the man who gave us Rocky IV. We'll let that first one go because of Rocky V. But you will show him respect.
It will be done.
Anyways, Stallone shows why big muscles will always win over shitty brains.
But that's really fucking stupid.
And correctly guesses exactly where Snipes is.
2010.
Oh, the 90s. So Snipes starts making up for the car thing by being really awesome again.
Oh my
Even though this is just a museum, not only are all these guns fully loaded, but so are these fucking cannons that are out in the open, ready to fire at any time. This museum fucking rules. Stallone's not gonna let Snipes take all the glory and shows he can attack random people for no reason too. Fuck yeah! So Stallone and Snipes get into a gunfight and the place catches fire for no fucking reason. I'm not complaining, that shit's awesome. So is electricity working however the fuck you want it to. Snipes knows that when Stallone stops following the laws of physics, that it's time to get the fuck out. So he makes a deep literary reference, as Wesley Snipes tends to do, before running into the Pope, who in the future doesn't fuck around.
Don't you have someone to kill?
That's really fucking weird, but whatever, because now everyone's at Taco Bell and Stallone's pissed that the product placement has gone too far, even for him.
I do think so.
So he does what he always does when he's stressed out, beats the living shit out of the homeless. He's never done that in front of witnesses before.
Please, don't!
But luckily, everyone's into it. Sandra Bullock finds it incredibly hot, so she does what all women do.
After having observed your behavior this evening, I was wondering if you would like to have sex.
Send really conflicting messages.
What are you doing?
And confuses the fuck out of him. So he knits her a sweater.
Here, I made this for you.
And starts dropping hardcore knitting bombs.
Zipper footed and a shuttle and a hook and bobbin and a petty point.
And suddenly, I have no idea what the hell I'm watching.
Urban combat kill, torture methodology.
And holy shit, they keep trying to make you like Snipes, and it's totally working. To try and win you back, Stallone confronts the Pope and shows everyone what real police work looks like. It accomplishes nothing, but who cares? It was so badass. Stallone then fucks with reality again, and his handgun magically changes from black to gray. He then says some awesome shit.
Be well.
Be fucked.
And I'm back on Team Stallone. His muscles now tell them to check the sewers.
I'll wait here.
Sure thing, dipshit. You staying here is really fucking helpful. So anyways, they go in the sewer, and what the fuck is this? Somehow, the sewers are made up of 100% city and 0% any actual sewer. You know what? Fuck it, because suddenly Dennis Leary is holding them up with a flare gun. Man, fuck that guy. Then he starts doing his fucking act.
I want to run through the streets naked with green jello all over my body. I want high cholesterol. I want to eat bacon and butter and buckets of cheese.
It wasn't funny back then, and it's not funny now. Thankfully, the movie switches to Snipes, who now has an entire gang who are all dressed like villains from the Road Warrior and act like fucking pirates.
I want you to loot, pillage, plunder.
You know what? The fact that they recruited her for this is hilarious. I'm definitely on Snipes' side.
Are you with me?
Hell yeah. While Snipes' gang is awesome, Stallone's is total shit. Not only is this asshole still sitting in the car,
I'll wait here.
but Sandra Bullock is a goddamn moron. They discover this is another one of those movies where the Pope sends Wesley Snipes to kill Dennis Leary.
I can find no fault in your logic. Simon Phoenix is the perfect weapon.
No, he's not. He's by far the worst.
Exactamundo.
literally anybody else could just blend in and shank him. But no, he goes with a black man with bright blonde hair, 2 different colored eyes, and no inside voice.
Spartan? John Spartan? Oh, shit, they let anybody into this century.
He then proves me right by just opening fire into a crowd instead of just shooting his target. Just look at how he gives 0 fucks where any of the bullets go. And what the fuck is this guy doing? Their whole crew is a goddamn clown show. And I desperately want to be a part of it. Snipes escapes up above, and are you shitting me? Not only was hanging out by the car his only fucking job,
I'll wait here. I hope you know what you're doing.
but he left the door open and the key inside. I don't know if he died of old age, retired on the spot, or what the fuck happened to him because he's never mentioned again. Anyways, the movie starts making up for that knitting from earlier.
I can weave a throw rug right now with my eyes closed.
And Stallone busts through the fucking ground in a 70 Oldsmobile 442. He then runs over countless people and climbs on the roof of the car while driving it so he can jump over to Snipes' car and rescue him by throwing him to safety. None of this makes any fucking sense, and I love every second of it. We then get the most badass fight scene where they just kick this guy in the nuts repeatedly. While Stallone appreciates the help, nothing you do will ever make up for Speed 2, so fuck you. Now it's just Stallone and Snipes who catches Stallone in a giant claw machine and once again says fuck science and shatters the metal arm with his bare hands. Now Snipes has a lightning gun that we've never seen or heard about until just right now. And everything is going so badass until Stallone kills it by racking his gun that already had a round chambered. And then he once again shows his embarrassing lack of jumping ability. He somehow makes it work though and kicks Snipes' goddamn head off. Then the entire place freezes and does what everything does when it freezes, explodes in a massive fireball.
Dude, that sounds about right, yeah?
Then the movie ends when Dennis Leary shows back up.
I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna go out drinking, all of us get shit-faced, put up graffiti.
And I break my fucking TV.
Oh my god. My John Wick is such a... Oh, here's Face Off.
Here are 5 reasons why Face Off is so damn good. Number 5, insane premise. Could you imagine being in the meeting room when this movie was being pitched? We're going to have Nicolas Cage play a psychopath.
Because I don't give a fuck.
At which point, I'm already sold. But wait, it gets better. We'll then have John Travolta come in and switch bodies with Cage. So now, we have John Travolta playing a crazy Nicolas Cage.
Whee! What a predicament.
And Nicolas Cage playing John Travolta, who's playing a crazy Nicolas Cage. You could give 1,000,000 writers 1,000,000 years, and they would never be able to top that. Number 4, Nicolas Cage. Every movie starring Nicolas Cage is better than every movie not starring Nicolas Cage. and that is a science fact. This movie has him playing 2 roles, which makes it twice as good as any other movie. He starts off playing Castor Troy, a criminal mastermind and complete psychopath.
Wow. We've got something in common. Okay. Please, man, don't shoot me. I'm scared, Johnny.
Then he plays as John Travolta's character, playing Castor Troy. Just look at how subtly he gets you to believe that he's Castor Troy.
I'm Castor Troy! Yeah! I'm Castor Troy!
So subtle. He is so good at playing as John Travolta, playing him, you start to get the feeling that Cage might actually be sane. Almost.
Oh my god.
Good job, Cage. We almost believed you were a real person for a second. Number 3, crazy plot. If you thought they would be content with just the absurdity of the premise carrying the movie, then you are dead wrong. The plot takes the insanity and cranks it up to 11. It has FBI agent Sean Archer, sometimes played by John Travolta, who is after the insane criminal Castor Troy, sometimes played by Nicolas Cage. Archer manages to catch Castor and puts him into a coma. Now, as all good plots have, there's a bomb, and the only way to stop it is for Archer to become Castor by using a new cutting-edge procedure that you really shouldn't think about too critically. Archer uses it to go undercover as Castor to get information about the bomb from Castor's brother. The real Castor then awakens from his coma, abducts the doctor that performed the procedure, and now he becomes Archer. They somehow took that insane premise and made it very believable. So now we have Castor as Archer.
I won't tell Mom if you don't.
And Archer as Castor.
You look like you just fucked your mother. Come on, let's go relax, huh?
They infiltrate each other's lives, where Castor gives helpful fatherly advice to Archer's daughter.
Let Carl take his pants down. Slip this in his thigh. Twist it so the wound won't close.
While Archer, for whatever reason, apologizes for things he didn't even do.
I've said and done some things that made your life harder. I know.
And because this is all so realistic, they crank it up a notch and reveal that Castor has a secret son that nobody knew about. And at the end of the movie, after Archer as Castor kills Castor as Archer, he adopts Castor's son as a replacement for the son Castor killed at the beginning of the movie. Follow all that? No? Good. The entire movie seems like it was written on one massive coke binge, and god damn it, I love every second of it. Number 2, John Travolta. Travolta was given the challenge of a lifetime when he was asked to play Nicolas Cage, and it's safe to say he nailed it.
If he's listening, I wouldn't mind giving him a message. Interception. Now our side's got the ball. Sorry.
Turned your beeper off.
Yes, well, my son's birthday. Your son was an accident. I wanted to kill you, but you took it so personally. Why didn't you just kill yourself or let it go?
And the number 1 reason why Face Off is so damn good is the hilariously incompetent FBI. Most of the comedy in Face Off.
I've noticed like they're incompetent a lot. It's not your job, sir.
Comes from just how incompetent the FBI is. While the plan to switch faces is completely absurd, they make it worse by deciding that only 4 people are allowed to know about it.
Because we're a covert anti-terrorism team that is so secret that when we snap our fingers, nothing happens.
But why? The only person that can't know about it is in a prison so locked down, they brag about violating the Constitution and the Geneva Convention.
You are now the property of Erewhon Prison. The Geneva Convention is void here. Amnesty International doesn't know we exist. This entire prison's one big magnetic field. The boots tell us where you are.
Inmates can't even tell if it's day or night, much less the inner workings of FBI operations.
Thank you for following.
Then, there's how secure they keep Castor Troy. He's a mass murdering, psychopathic terrorist, and yet he's left completely alone with nobody watching him. His breakout took absolutely zero planning. He literally just walked over to the phone and called his boys to come pick him up. He then abducts the doctor who performed the procedure, who was kind enough to leave a video documenting everything right next to where Castor, the terrorist, was. Nobody in the FBI was a double agent secretly working for Castor. This was pure incompetence.
I'm doing great.
In the span of about 2 days, Castor has now infiltrated the FBI and sabotaged the mission completely by accident. Then, later in the movie, Castor as Archer then does a raid on Castor's home. That raid involves shooting an empty canister through a window and then just unloading a hail of gunfire into the apartment building with fully automatic weapons. They continue to blindly fire with their fully automatic machine guns, even after their own people have breached the home and are inside the building. This is the most brazenly reckless and unconstitutional thing I have ever seen. Just look at this guy. He runs into a room that is empty and just randomly fires. What is he shooting at? I doubt he could tell you.
Yeah, I got this.
Then he does it again while running up the stairs twice.
It's a couple years old.
Holy shit.
I just think, like,
if you don't believe that face-off is so damn good, then
it's like all the programs that got going kind of just make it free sometimes. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a big tech person. Sure, I'll just let it play.
The movie Prisoners of the Ghostland is completely fucking nuts, even for Nicolas Cage. It manages to mash together Nicolas Cage, cowboys,
for hours on stream. Kind of
samurai, Mad Max, and Speed.
Alarm will sound, and if unheeded, detonation will occur.
Into a movie so insane and so fucking awesome, it'll blow your balls off.
Oh, that's messed
up. The
up.
movie starts in the past with this kid who is amazed by a gumball machine when he already has a cup full of gumballs. This is symbolism to show the audience that this kid is a fucking idiot.
Oh, yeah.
That's confirmed when Nicolas Cage and his mutant-looking buddy show up to rob the place.
Yeah, give me the money. Stay there.
He doesn't want a gumball, you stupid little shit. We're now in the present where Cage is a prisoner, and we learn that everyone in that bank was slaughtered.
Oh my gosh.
But they will let Cage go free if he can return the governor's granddaughter, Bernice, who recently ran away. They have him put on this sweet leather outfit, which is actually loaded with bombs.
Average Nicolas Cage movie.
There's one in each arm that will go off if he tries to harm Bernice, 2 in his crotch area that will go off if he gets aroused.
Really?
I would have my Bernice returned to me unsoiled, sir, so best mind your manners.
And 2 more around his neck that will blow his head off if he doesn't bring her back in time. He has 3 days to return with her, or they will all explode. If he can get her to say her name into this machine, he gets an extra 2 days. If he attempts to remove the bombs,
The explosives will detonate all at once.
yeah, now that's a premise.
My God.
At this point, you're sure this whole thing
Nicolas
can't
Cage
get
movies are
any
crazy.
more awesome. Well, you
Oh, the
are
recent
dead
one.
wrong. Instead of taking the car they give him, Cage does a donut, then says, "F you, I'm taking this sweet bicycle." God, I love Nicolas Cage.
What a badass.
So cool. You're goddamn right he is. After riding the bike for a while, this guy drives up to him and lets him know that even though that was the most badass thing he's ever seen, he really should take the car or he'll never have enough time.
Not much time, huh?
It's at this point you realize Nicolas Cage lives his life the way a drunk teenager plays Grand Theft Auto. He floors it head on into a bus. If you or me did that, we would be dead. But Cage is a different breed. He ends up being found and brought back to a camp full of freaks that just happens to be exactly where Bernice is.
Ooh, that's
No,
convenient.
not her. What the f are you talking about?
I'm not Bernice.
Obviously, people are hidden inside the mannequins. Duh.
The ghost sees souls like hers.
Unfortunately,
Why?
she can't talk,
Talk! She cannot. That power has been taken from her.
which would really come in handy for him not to explode.
Say your f***ing name or tomorrow will explode.
He notices a scar on her leg and tells the funniest joke you will ever hear.
That's quite a scar you got there. You did that roller skating?
Woo!
You are a strange man, Mr. Cage. Anyways, he then gives her some water, which he finds very sexy.
Oh.
One of his testicles explodes. And he passes out. We then get a flashback to the bank robbery and find out Cage is a big softy who didn't actually kill anyone. It was his Frankenstein-looking partner,
Yeah, I was gonna say partner.
who I am sure will not show up later in the movie. These are the most incompetent cops in the world. But whatever. The important thing is we find out that the bullet hole in her leg wasn't from a roller skating accident. He then wakes up just in time for a fight scene where he kicks some ass. His arm blows up, and then he passes right back out. For some reason, Bernice can talk again, and she gives him a couple more days to live. We are now at the scene where everything finally makes sense.
Oh.
その下には廃棄物発水誘導現象デーを乗せた巨大タンカーが灼熱の高速で
I don't know what I was expecting.
Okay, no it doesn't. But Cage does give the most badass speech you have ever heard.
Now hear this? Tomorrow, getting out of here.
It's impossible. Impossible? Ha! If you told me I'd be standing here with one testicle! Trying to reason with you, bitches! But I'm telling you,
He goes full Nicolas Cage, and it's fucking awesome. He decides he's going to kill the governor so he gets a badass robot arm and a football helmet that's in excellent condition. His speech was so moving, he gets the entire camp, as well as a group known as the Mutants, that include his old partner.
This face is not familiar to you?
To revolt against the governor. I guess they're all busy though, because only Cage and Bernice actually go back. The governor refuses to take Cage's bomb suit off.
Wouldn't give you a drop of my piss, you degenerate!
Which I'm sure nobody saw coming.
No.
Bernice's sister then goes apeshit and starts murdering the governor's men. If that wasn't awesome enough, Cage's arm becomes a fucking sword. And he, along with the governor's bodyguard, kill the rest of his men before having a showdown. Obviously, Cage wins. Bernice then shoots the shit out of the governor. Who I'm starting to think might not actually be her grandfather. So the clock tower explodes, and everyone lives happily ever after. Confused about any of that?
Yeah.
Good.
National treasure.
After spending his entire career playing safe, down-to-earth roles,
standing here with one arm and one testicle!
How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned? How'd it get burned? At the door! Screaming at the door!
National Treasure is the movie where Nicolas Cage was finally able to get a little crazy.
I'm gonna kidnap the President of the United States.
All right, let's tone it down a bit.
I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
There we go. It starts out with Nicolas Cage and Sean Bean hunting down some treasure in the Arctic. Somehow, there's a lost ship out there.
The hydrothermic properties produce hurricane-force ice storms that cause the ocean to freeze, resulting in a migrating landmass.
That sounds stupid, but f it, it's a Nicolas Cage movie, so I'm all in.
Okay, let's go.
They discover there's no treasure on the ship, only a clue whose next step involves
the Declaration of Independence.
So Sean Bean decides he's going to steal it.
We could borrow it. Steal it? I don't think so.
So to make sure nobody steals
We're
the
not gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
I'm gonna steal it. I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, Nicolas Cage, we don't deserve you. Anyways,
don't.
since stealing the Declaration of Independence is probably the least crazy thing Nicolas Cage does. On any given day, he pulls it off no problem.
Yep.
Sean Bean can't believe it, so he has his henchmen shoot at Cage to see if he's even human.
Yeah.
He's not. Now he's on his way out when this lady wants an autograph or something and ends up getting herself kidnapped. Which somehow was all a part of his master plan.
It's all right. This is what we need.
So he tells her he's done with her and she can f off now. But she's only human and he's Nicolas Cage.
So I'm going.
Next stop is Cage's dad, played by professional film or television actor Jon Voight. Who helps them squirt lemons on the Declaration of Independence before blow drying it.
Will somebody please explain to me what...
Just go with it. They then come up with a genius plan to throw off the FBI.
Gonna untie me?
He says they taped him to the chair so that... Actually, I have no idea why they did this. He didn't commit any crimes. All he did was let Nicolas Cage take his car. He could have just said, "My son asked to borrow my car, and I didn't think to ask him if he had just stolen the Declaration of Independence." Although, if you're Nicolas Cage's dad, you probably should. So they uncover more clues and do this some more.
The vision to see the treasured past must refer to a way to read the map.
Where the timely shadow crosses in front of the Liberty Bell.
On the back of a $100 bill is an etching of Independence Hall. The artist was actually a friend of Benjamin Franklin's.
Nobody gives a shit. Anyways, Sean Bean is a likable guy, and outside of trying to kill Nicolas Cage, he actually seems pretty cool. But all that changes when you see what he does here. That's right. He uses Yahoo Search.
Unforgivable.
What kind of sick son of a bitch uses Yahoo Search? You either use Google, or if you want to be different, you use Bing, or if you want to be mysterious and edgy, you use DuckDuckGo. You do not use Yahoo. The worst part of all of this is that the one movie where he does an unforgivable act where he deserves to die is somehow the only movie he doesn't die in. Talk about some bullshit. I'm getting worked up, so let's just move on. So, they figure out there will be a shadow of an X that will mark a specific spot at a specific time.
2:22.
The movie tries to be smart.
I missed it.
No, he didn't. Daylight savings wasn't established until World War I.
But ends up being stupid because shadows change throughout the seasons. But whatever. He breaks a brick and finds these.
Some kind of ocular device.
Come on, man. They're 3 glasses taped together.
Benjamin Franklin invented something like these.
Don't act like it's the first f***ing steam engine.
What? The last time this was here, it was being signed.
Focus, Cage. So, they see Sean Bean and decide they need to split up.
But we don't want them to have the Declaration or the glasses.
Come on, I'm pretty sure you can manage without those f***ing glasses.
But we especially don't want them to have them both together.
Anyways, this couldn't go any worse.
Yeah.
Sean Bean gets the Declaration of Independence, and Nicolas Cage gets arrested with those space-age glasses. Luckily, while being interrogated, Sean Bean calls and makes it clear that he's behind everything.
I told you from the start. I only wanted to borrow it.
He does this even though he knows the FBI is listening.
And tell the FBI agents listening in on this call. Then you'll come alone.
Okay. The FBI sets up a plan, but they get Nicolas Caged instead. Turns out she and Sean Bean teamed up to get him out of custody.
Hello, Ben. Welcome to New Jersey.
Bean then double crosses them and kidnaps Nicolas Cage's dad. Which is still nowhere near as bad as the fact that he uses Yahoo. Anyways, they solve more puzzles, break some rocks, climb through tunnels, light some shit on fire, go down a bunch of stairs, this idiot falls to his death for some reason. Then finally,
it reminds me of like Uncharted or Tomb Raider.
They make it to the end.
You know, like when you go into this ancient tomb that hasn't been like open for 1,000 years and the bad guys are already there.
And find out the treasure isn't there and is actually in Boston.
The Old North Church in Boston where Thomas Newton hung a lantern in the steeple.
So Sean Bean leaves them all there to die.
No! There's no other way out. Come back!
But it turns out that was a lie, and the treasure actually is there behind this wall.
Either way, we're gonna die.
Really, after all that, the final puzzle was to just push a button? Okay. But turns out the treasure was moved a long time ago and really isn't there.
Looks like someone got here first.
May have even been gone before Charles Carroll told the story of Tom's Gates.
But that's also a f***ing lie. And there's another door. And the treasure really is there. But honestly, by this point, you don't even give a shit anymore. Plus, we all know that's not the national treasure. The national treasure is you, Mr. Cage. You're a national treasure, and if anyone disagrees with me, then go f*** yourself.
Oh my god. Willy's Wonderland. I was telling somebody
Willy's
about
Wonderland
this
is the
stream
Nicolas
yesterday.
Cage movie where he once again saves all your pathetic asses from unspeakable evil. This time, it's
like
those
Five Nights at
annoying
Freddy's.
singing animals you see at the birthday parties for stupid kids. It all starts with Nicolas Cage hauling ass in his sweet Camaro. Like Nicolas Cage tends to do before getting 4 flat tires all at the same time. But whatever, none of that matters. What does matter is just how badass Nicolas Cage looks. Now we're shown this lady who's trying to burn down a building, but she's not Nicolas Cage, so why the f*** are we watching this? Oh, thank God. Lock her ass up. I don't ever want to see that shit again. This entire town is super shitty, and not only is there jail, just handcuffing someone to a pipe in a trailer.
Oh, I love you too.
But it doesn't even have working ATMs, credit card readers,
Cash only, huh? Yeah, I don't take no plastic credit cards.
or even a fucking bank. And since Cage doesn't use paper money like a peasant,
Ain't that a dilly of a pickle?
in order to get his car fixed, he makes a deal with Ted Turner.
You spend the night cleaning Willy's Wonderland, and I will pay to have your car fixed.
While again,
Doug
looking
Dimmadome,
totally
Dimmadome.
badass.
Doug Dimmadome.
First thing he does is assert his dominance by letting this giraffe dog-looking thing know who's in charge. That's right, you better look away, you giant pussy. We're then treated to this highly symbolic and emotional moment.
Congratulations, you are officially on staff.
After shedding tears of pride together for a good 15 minutes, Turner leaves, and everything about this appears perfectly normal.
Let's get the hell out of here. I can't stand to hear a
There's
grown
nothing
man scream.
sketchy going on.
The movie
here.
pisses us off again by giving us all these not Nicolas Cages doing boring not Nicolas Cage things.
Oh.
I'm in here. Can you help me out?
Yeah.
They bust her out of jail. And thank God that's over. This movie really needs to knock that shit off. Now Cage is busting his ass doing honest work. And he even makes being a janitor look fucking awesome. While minding his own business, Chris Bosch comes in from out of nowhere and says the dumbest shit possible.
I'm gonna face them your face.
Oh my God, you are so fucking dead. The fight goes exactly how you would expect it to go between a giant talking ostrich and Nicolas Cage. He goes full Inglorious Bastards on him
Oh my God.
before
Hell yeah.
tearing his goddamn spine out like it's fucking Mortal Kombat. And because for Nicolas Cage, this is all normal everyday shit, he thinks nothing of it and goes right back to cleaning. This isn't even sped up. It's just how fast he works. He's almost done with the bathroom when he's interrupted by this.
I hear that there's a birthday boy in the audience tonight. It's your birthday, so let's party, everyone.
Well, that's annoying as shit. But anyways, he goes back into the bathroom and look, if this shit written in blood just magically appears and the guy's only reaction is being slightly annoyed, then you're probably fucking with the wrong guy.
I'm gonna eat your eyes out and then feast on your soul.
Those words don't bother him at all, but Cage would be lying if he said them getting his birthday wrong didn't sting a little. Steven Seagal finds out the hard way and Nicolas Cage gives him the brutalest fucking urinal stomp since his role in G-Force. Since he's a professional who takes pride in his work, the very first thing he does is put on a clean uniform before designing and building incredibly advanced body armor. I don't know why you guys hate cleaning so much, but you stupid fucking furries really need to just chalk this one up as a loss and go the Toy Story route of playing dead whenever Cage enters the room. But anyways, after his legally mandated break that he spends being completely fucking awesome, he gets back to it while these dipshits waste more of our time by pouring gasoline everywhere.
Sir, you're not safe in there.
Look, lady, nobody fucking cares, and Cage completely ignores their attempts to become a part of this movie.
Well, that was rude.
F off, nobody wants you here. Mrs. Potato Head is a full-on stalker though, and holy shit, Cage must have cleaned the air ducts first because they look immaculate. She's almost killed, but unfortunately escapes. And now these guys are here. God damn it. The good news.
This is the cannon fodder right here. They're just gonna die in horribly.
Is I'm pretty sure they're all gonna die, so we can look forward to that, which is nice. Back to the potato. She's getting her ass handed to her by less cracked out Miley Cyrus. When Cage shows up, just so he can tell her to f off again.
Did you not hear what I just said? Hey!
The Scooby-Doo crew chases him down, and finally this guy gets it.
Oh, that's badass.
Yeah, he is. We then get the backstory that nobody asked for.
Jerry Robert Willis. Jerry was one of the last century's most sick and sadistic serial killers.
Nicolas Cage is in no mood for this.
Have you been listening to a word I've been saying?
No, you potato bitch. He's just cleaning the place. He doesn't give a f about some lame-ass history lesson.
Is it weird that I'm getting really turned on right now?
You just saw Nicolas Cage. There is nothing weird about it. Finally, these not Nicolas Cages start dying off.
I knew it.
While Cage chugs energy drinks and dominates pinball like a fucking boss. When he's done, he absolutely manhandles this knight.
Oh my god.
Before cutting his fucking head off. That's right, lady. Welcome to Nicolas Cage. You are so fucked. Not because you killed them. No, we're all pretty happy about that. It's because Cage really fucking hates the French. To this day, he still doesn't even know that this was one of the bad guys or that it was even a part of the movie. We then get even more boring background story.
We had a real Hobson's choice on our hands. You know what that is?
Nobody gives a shit, so the town made a deal with Willie.
Leave our town be, and we will feed you.
And Potato Girl's parents were sacrificed. Okay, enough of that shit. We just want Nicolas Cage beating the shit out of giant talking animals. Sorry, it's break time. You're on your own. So, while it's fucking killing her, he's fucking killing it at pinball.
I gotta take one
break. Once break time's over, he heads back and goes full Nicolas Cage on Frog Jigsaw.
Frog Jigsaw.
Then, on his way out, he gives a quick f you to Miley and the fifth Ninja Turtle, Carlos. At this point, the sheriff comes in and says this just isn't fair and makes Cage wear handcuffs and fight two at a time. Cage then puts on his favorite song, Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes, which pumps him the fuck up and proves this shit will never be fair. After busting out of his handcuffs and twisting Jigsaw's goddamn head off, he gets right back to cleaning because his work ethic is legendary. All right, Willie, Now it's just you and Cage. Holy shit, you are so lucky he's up for a break. But really, we're the lucky ones because we get the most badass pinball and dance scene ever filmed outside of Thailand. I could watch this shit all day.
Busted it down.
And I do. After watching that on a loop for several hours, break time's over. Time to get back to work.
Well, I'll be a son of a bitch.
That's right, Sheriff. There's not a goddamn thing you can do to stop Nicolas Cage. Somehow, she didn't learn her lesson the first time.
I got a feeling that you can't stop around.
Then you're fucking wrong. Even Willie knows that she done fucked up, and nobody talks to Nicolas Cage that way. While he appreciates his fans, he just cleaned this fucking place, and now he's pissed. What comes next is the most vicious beating Nicolas Cage has given a 7-foot-tall singing weasel with a sack full of energy drinks in at least the last 5 years. Cage was in such a pissed-off mood that the animal cruelty rep pretended to be tying their shoes for the entire 3.5 hours this beating went on. After cleaning all that, it's now morning time and they give him his car and talk about how awesome he is.
My hat's off. That is one tough hombre.
Now the potato is like his daughter or something.
You know, like, they're not even, like, cleaning up in there, like, all the teenagers that died in there. They don't even, I bet they don't even bring it up again.
Which makes her so fucking lucky that her real parents were slaughtered in front of her.
What?
Then the movie ends. Just kidding. Fuck you, Carlos. Now the movie ends.
That was so good. Oh.
Total Recall is the Arnold Schwarzenegger mega blockbuster movie where he showed the world the Earth is for pussies and Mars is awesome.
It is.
Come with me if
Starts
you want
off
to leave.
by showing us that even lame shit like the news on Mars is totally badass.
To the strategic facility was repaired within hours.
Then his wife puts on a forest or some shit. And after about 10 seconds of that garbage, he can't take it anymore and tells his wife they gotta move now.
Let's do it.
Do what?
Move to Mars.
But his wife is a total downer.
It's dry, it's ugly, it's boring.
And she thinks Mars is bad too. So, once Arnold and his friend are done giving a big middle finger to OSHA, as well as their ears and lungs, he goes to this clinic where some fourth wall shattering shit goes down, and Arnold's character gets memories of the real Arnold.
People are trying to kill you left and right. You get the girl, kill the bad guys, and save the entire planet.
Implanted into his character's head.
I know, it sounds wild.
And it's our minds that are fucking blown. While they're doing that, Arnold starts flipping out because one of these dipshits blew his cover.
You blew my cover!
I don't know what the hell he's talking about, but I do know I'd rather be wrong and on his side than right and on the side of these fucking nerds. They eventually realize that just pushing down on him isn't a great strategy when this lady decides to be a little less stupid than everyone else and sedates the fuck out of him 8 times. Then she slaps McLovin's great-grandson for whatever the fuck Kick-Ass 2 was supposed to be. From there, standard protocol is to throw him in a taxi while he's still sedated and send him 2 towns over so he's not their fucking problem anymore.
Hell of a day, isn't it?
That kind of shit happens to him 2 to 3 times a week, so he doesn't think anything of it. When he gets home, he gets kidnapped at gunpoint by his friend and co-worker, which also happens maybe once a week.
Are you crazy?
After killing all of them, he goes inside and his wife tries assassinating him, which also happens occasionally. But after the 3rd shot square in the nuts, he starts to think maybe something's up.
They erased your identity and implanted a new one. Sorry, Quaid. Your whole life is just a dream.
Oh, okay, that old thing again.
Oh.
So he makes a break for it and heads to the subway, where security's only job is to prevent people from coming in with weapons. But nobody's ever tried it before, and they have no idea what to do when someone actually does.
Cut him off! Hold it!
Arnold goes full Kool-Aid Man. And I guess their jurisdiction doesn't extend outside the X-ray machine, so they just let him go, along with all these other guys running through with their own guns. After killing roughly 20 guys
Remember,
for
no
reasons
Russian.
he's not entirely clear on, he chases down this moving subway train and jumps through a poorly constructed window. So the guys chasing him just start shooting at everything and execute random people like this lady who has the worst survival instinct. Oh, those little rascals. So Arnold's hiding out in a cheap hotel room, and guess who calls him? That's right, David fucking Hasselhoff.
They've got you bugged, and the bug's in your skull. Wet a towel and wrap it around your head.
I don't care who you are when the Hoff FaceTimes you and tells you to wear a wet towel around your head because there's bugs in your skull, you fucking do it. Then, after stealing this lady's briefcase, Arnold Schwarzenegger gets in a taxi, and it's the same driver as earlier.
How did I get in this taxi? The door opened. You got in.
But Arnold's not in the mood for his
how
shit
I
right
like how he
now.
looks.
I'm not familiar with that address.
So he tears his fucking body off.
Oh,
When
never
he
mind.
gets where he's going, Arnold stiffs him on the bill.
The fare is 18 credits, please.
Sue me.
And he reacts the most badass way possible by flipping out and blowing the fuck up.
Hope you enjoyed the ride.
Then the movie makes you question everything you think you know about reality when someone shelled out the big bucks and he gets a cameo from Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger.
You've got a wet towel wrapped around your head.
Knight Rider told him to, so back off. Arnold starts going off script and gets a little too personal.
A few weeks ago, I met somebody, and I learned a few things, like I've been playing for the wrong team.
Luckily, that's interrupted by these guys, and we never have to find out where that was going. They make double sure none of that shit gets out by jamming the radar.
Mars. Get your ass to Mars.
Now, Arnold's made it to Mars, and while it shocked audiences, he was finally brave enough to admit he had never felt more right. Just kidding. He can't take it for one more second, so he tears that shit off, blows the bad guys up, and gets the f out of there. He then checks into another hotel where this serial killer looking clerk gets his most prized possession out of their safety deposit box. And it is glorious. Arnold has a taxi waiting for him, but ditches it.
Hey, asshole, that's my fare!
Because taxis. Then a random explosion And gunfight breaks out over air.
Well, what do the rebels want? More money, more freedom, more air?
They will fight over anything on Mars, and I fucking love it. But it's not all explosions and sunshine.
Bet I can guess your birthday.
What is it?
You're a Taurus, right?
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, but Taurus isn't a birthday, you goddamn idiot. Anyways, he makes it to the brothel, and not only do the Olsen twins work there, which is really awkward,
Give me a holler.
but it turns out his paper was a lie, and Melina is pretty fucking far from a good time.
I'm laughing so hard I barely noticed that.
You never even wondered what happened to me?
Regretting everything about this, he goes back to his hotel room, and a doctor shows up.
May I come in?
To try and convince him that none of this is real.
You're not here, and neither am I.
He's an Austrian champion bodybuilder turned A-list actor, and this is just a movie.
I'm quite serious.
To prove it, he brings his wife in and says there's no way the same lady that was married to Steven Seagal 2 years ago would ever have a chance with him.
You're a fine, upstanding man. You have a beautiful wife that loves you.
Fuck you, fatty. Then the wall explodes for no reason, and these random guys come in from out of nowhere and capture Arnold. While that's happening, these guys have the important task of drinking strawberry milkshakes. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, Melina finally gets her shit together and shows us a good time. I don't even think that guy was with them, but fuck him anyways. They managed to escape in a taxi, which are built differently on Mars, and if you shoot out the windshield, the brakes go too. But that's okay, and they work through it. This guy makes it to the brothel and doesn't have nearly the same patience as Arnold, and when he's not shown a good time, he and Bernard Getz start wasting everyone. But holy shit, Mary-Kate does not fuck around. He immediately regrets the choices in his life that brought him here as he throws himself through the window. They arrive at the rebel base, but they don't trust the taxi driver until he shows them that it's cool cause he's half bug or some shit. Arnold then has a twins reunion with Danny DeVito, but it's interrupted by another Mars gunfight. And we get the shocking reveal that he's actually a villain. No fucking shit. He's a giant bug from another planet. Of course he's a villain.
You got me.
They take Arnold to the mastermind behind everything. No, not this old fuck, but the real Arnold.
Howdy, Quaid. It's my body you've got there, and I want it back.
They hook him up to a memory machine so they can switch Arnold's, and it works about as well as it did last time. Credit to these guys. When someone tears metal apart with their bare hands, most people get the fuck out of there. But they decide to stay and die instead.
Yeah, I've never understood that. Like, whenever you're like in a video game or movies, like when they're popping off, and like, I don't understand why people don't leave or go hide or something. I would do that.
A good time escape, but are ambushed by that fucking taxi driver.
Benny! Benny's the name!
Oh, go fuck yourself. Arnold broke his own rule by letting you live in the first place, and he'll never make that mistake again. We then get a very questionable science lesson from Arnold.
The whole core of Mars is ice. The reactor melts it, and it releases the oxygen.
Before he's ambushed again and fucking slaughtered. That's how the movie ends.
Damn.
Just kidding, idiot. It was a hologram, and I'm not sure how they didn't hit each other, but whatever, because he walks up and blows them all away anyways. Then he sends another hologram.
You think this is the real Quaid?
Tricked you again, dipshit.
It is.
Now it's Arnold versus this older, balding, out-of-shape man in a fist fight that could really go either way. After a brutal back and forth, Arnold finally gets the upper hand and gives the greatest one-liner of all time.
See you at the party, Richter.
Fuck you, you had to be there. Arnold meets with the old guy one last time and considers joining him until he hears this.
I'll blow this place up and be home in time for cornflakes.
I don't care how much Kellogg's paid for that product placement. If you have cornflakes for dinner, then fuck you. Shooting him isn't even close to enough punishment for that cornflake shit.
Be home in time for cornflakes.
So Arnold sends him flying out to the surface of Mars, where the lack of atmosphere does more questionable scientific things, and I still think he got off easy. Arnold then activates this machine with his alien hand, which melts the ice and creates oxygen. While that sounds fucking stupid, it's not. The sky turns blue, but nobody gives a shit because the only thing that matters is that Mary-Kate was saved.
House of the Dead is so bad, Rob Schneider turned it down.
House of the Dead is the Uwe Boll mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world that when it comes to disappointing, he will never disappoint. It starts off with John Ralphio voicing over a bunch of shit we don't care about these people we care even less about.
Greg's the guy I played ball with in college.
The only thing that's important is this.
We broke up a few weeks ago so I could study and she could fence.
That's huge, and you just know it's going to be a big deal later. Anyways, they're all headed to this rave, which only has like 30 people, and is somehow sponsored by Sega.
Unbelievable.
Everything about that is just sad. They should be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, who are sponsoring this video. Raid is completely free to play, and with over 80 million downloads, if you don't play it, everyone's going to know you're not cool and there's something seriously wrong with you. Now that they have the all-new what his fan wants, and we get an action-packed 12 minutes of these idiots working out transportation issues.
They missed the boat to the rave.
You'll never believe how they solve that unsolvable problem. They take a different boat. 12 hours later, they finally make it to the rave, and nobody gives a shit that the entire place is destroyed and there's blood everywhere, except for her.
Doesn't this bother any of you?
Look, lady, stop being a buzzkill and start being a fucking idiot like everyone else. That way, they can all die sooner, and maybe we can wrap this shit up early.
Yeah, it worries me. It worries me they don't have any mixers.
She then shows that was a fluke, and she's a fucking idiot too when she decides it would be a good idea to find whatever killed everyone instead of getting the fuck out of there.
Is anyone else coming?
But this lady's not giving up the title of dumbest motherfucker without a fight.
Well, are you coming or am I going to myself?
Didn't you ever watch Scooby-Doo?
I don't know what fucked up Scooby-Doo she saw, but it was always a harmless old man in a mask, so what the fuck is she even talking about? It turns out that what's inside the house is far worse than Old Man McGregor. It's Jean Ralphio, along with outlet store Ethan Hawke and Stupid Spice. They tell them that it was zombies who slaughtered everyone at the rave, so they make the smart decision to go back there.
Let me just give you a tip. I don't think she's a natural red, white, and blue.
Thanks for that important tip, but she's not running for president, so go fuck yourself, you jealous bitch. They make it back to the rave, and it turns out these zombies are actually awesome.
Hey, you guys, what is that?
They not only tipped over this porta potty with a guy in it, but they dropped it on the side with the door, which is fucking hilarious. these are zombies I could definitely have a beer with.
Dude, what the f happened to you?
He was trapped in the porta potty, dumb fuck. How do you not know that? You let him out. Then the blonde chick we all forgot about hears that stupid shit and just can't take it anymore. So she comes from out of nowhere to start murdering everyone. At the same time, this cop lady also comes from out of nowhere and lights her the fuck up. She switches guns for no reason to finish her off, and then asks everyone else why she shot her.
What the hell was that?
And it's pretty clear she doesn't really give a shit.
Our best friend. Not anymore.
Yeah, she's already my favorite. What's a Seattle cop doing all by herself outside her jurisdiction with an automatic rifle? Don't know, don't care. Now the zombies attack the boat, and suddenly I have two favorites as the captain casually blows them the fuck away. Like this is all normal boating shit. Not only does he not even know they're zombies, but he already had his gun out when he thought he was by himself. Everyone in this movie is awesome, except for the main characters.
I can't believe Cynthia's dead.
Oh, shut the fuck up. By the time they make it down to the boat, they can see it's overrun by zombies. Except for this dipshit, who I guess never watched Scooby-Doo.
Didn't you ever watch Scooby-Doo?
Luckily, the captain made it to the island with a rifle, and he tries to kill that stupid fuck, while everyone cheers him on.
Shoot it!
What do you think I'm trying to do, you fucking moron?
But he's had a bit too much to drink and accidentally shoots the zombies instead. After they kill all the zombies, they do more smart things and split up to get the police boat. Even though his boat is right fucking there, and they know for a fact there aren't any zombies on it. But whatever, at least this way, we know one of these dumb fucks is gonna die. And Poopy shows off his Steven Seagal level shooting while not looking technique before completely losing them with this brilliant move. Just kidding, that was stupid, and they fucking slaughter him. While that's happening, the other group finds a crate full of weapons just sitting there.
Just found them here sitting on the beach.
How convenient. She makes it back and lets them know that she forgot why they left in the first place.
I'm not gonna worry about that right now.
But the good news is that Poopy's gone, so they all consider it a success. They give her their own good news that instead of going to that boat, that's right fucking there, they decided to go back to the house they were already at.
We talked about making a run for it to that house that we found.
That sounds like a good idea.
No, it doesn't, but the name of the movie is House of the Dead, so they gotta get there somehow.
Everyone had to use their weapons.
That's a flare. You guys are so fucking dead. They make it back to the house, and it's crawling with zombies, but they give zero fucks because they all watched Scooby-Doo. The movie forgets how terrible these guys are at everything and what recoil is. And they start mowing through zombies like Steven Seagal at a Chinese buffet. She even activates 3-round burst mode on a pump-action shotgun. We're an hour into the movie, and suddenly Uwe Boll decides, fuck it, now they can fly. They can also ricochet bullets off mud, and are full-on ninjas. Their plan to avoid having to fight any zombies by hiding in the house is going great. Stupid Spice begins being overtaken by zombies, so Jean-Ralphio channels his inner Seagal, and with his eyes closed, rains down a volley of gunfire into literally nothing. So now she's dead. Anyways, they make it to the house, and their whole plan is foiled because the door is locked. At that exact moment, their gummy bear juice wears off and they're all worthless again. They finally make it inside, and all the zombies just turn around and leave. Jean-Ralphio feels guilty about stupid Spice.
She's dead. I didn't save her.
Which he should, because it's all his fault. And why the fuck is there sunlight coming through the windows? You know what? Who cares? Because they find a lab full of colorful water and the head of Brendan Fraser. While that's happening, the captain, who was dying just a minute ago, decides to go for a walk and then sacrifices himself.
See you on Hell, boys.
Just to fuck everyone over.
Get out of here, everybody!
Yep, he's definitely my favorite. Now that only the shitty people are left, they immediately do the dumbest thing possible and shoot this vat of red water for no fucking reason. Remember a few minutes ago when they were flying ninjas? Now look at them. This is just embarrassing. So they bail out of there and with some quick thinking barricade the door with this shovel. The only problem is the door opens inward, you stupid fucks. Then this asshole somehow forgets who he is and what he's doing, and while everyone's escaping down a secret tunnel, Simon! He wanders around completely fucking lost. When a zombie grabs him, instead of shooting the zombie, he shoots the gunpowder kegs instead, which kills himself, and as far as I can tell, not a single zombie. Whatever. Now they decide to head back to the beach, which is where they fucking came from.
Let's go.
So, she sacrifices her life.
I'll take care of these guys.
Which turns out to be the third pointless sacrifice in the last 5 minutes, and we find out Poopy is still alive. Only it's a fake out. And this guy had a mask of him for reasons that, at this point, nobody fucking cares about. He created the zombies to become immortal, and the reason he wants to be immortal will blow your mind. To live forever. Holy shit. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, Jean-Ralphio does the insane move of breaking free by just kinda pushing them away and slightly lifting his leg. They make a break for it and grab a grenade from Real Poopy's body, which would make a lot more sense if he wasn't killed before they found the grenades. But anyways, there's only a few minutes left. We can do this. After this realistic explosion, we finally see the epic fencing battle the movie has been teasing us about since the very beginning.
We broke up a few weeks ago so I could study and she could fence.
And boy, is it epic. While she got fucking wrecked, the guy with no training just walks up and chops his zombie head off, which proves once and for all that men are just better. But not him. He's fucking stupid and she's magically alive again. It's unclear why she went unconscious in the first place, but whatever, because she solves the mystery on how to kill him, which is just stepping on his head.
Game over, f***er.
Then she dies again. Now, she's not dead again, which is really fucking annoying because nobody gives a shit either way. Now that everyone's pissed off, the movie can finally end.
Blood Rain.
Blood Rain is the 2005 movable movie that took everything you thought you knew about vampires,
I watched these movies,
didn't care,
they're pretty bad.
and gave you a giant piece of shit instead.
And no one has ever questioned that.
The movie doesn't even make it through the intro before it starts falling apart. First of all appearances by Billy Zane are special.
No, you rock.
Second, he plays an important character and is in multiple scenes.
I think Destiny is a more appropriate term.
This makes it seem like it's a Stan Lee cameo.
Are you Tony Stank?
If you're still not convinced at how much of a shit show you're in for, this is literally the very first line.
What do you have for us?
His terrible dubbing is even more distracting than his god-awful wig. Anyways, they're vampire hunters who are so good at what they do that vampires just walk right up to them. He just stabbed a guy in the chest who was just standing there. Why does nobody give a shit?
I like you brimstone people. You never make a mess of the place.
What are you talking about?
There's
a
corpse on your
rapidly
floor.
decaying body right in the middle of your bar. Whatever. So they find out there's a carnival in town and rush off to go see it while treating us to some more highly emotional dialogue.
And how do you suggest we deal with this army, Sebastian?
At the carnival, we see a mind-blowing act where this lady cuts a candle with some swords. Simply incredible. This is Rain, the star of the movie and also half vampire. How can she possibly hope to top cutting a candle? Oh my god! Anyways, Rain gets sick of starring in medieval Jackass, so she breaks out and murders the fuck out of everyone. By the time they get there, most of the carnival is dead, and again, nobody cares that there are rotting bodies everywhere. So they do the perfectly normal thing and start chopping the dead people's heads off. The movie doesn't explain any of this, or why when they find a survivor,
Vladimir, Sebastian.
they have to fucking kill her. What the fuck is wrong with everyone? At least we get our special appearance. Billy Zane is Michelle Rodriguez's father, who's also a vampire. He dictates a letter where he tries to get her to betray everyone.
Our beloved Brimstone Society can no longer defeat Kagan.
I really hope she takes his offer, because as the only one in the entire movie that seems to give a shit, I'm really rooting for him. Since Uwe Boll is so awful, the only way he could get across any semblance of a plot is to just have a magical fortune teller talk straight to the audience.
There's a reason you're here.
No, there isn't. Long story short, Rain's dad
Has become the most powerful vampire.
and if she wants to kill him,
He killed my mother.
she first needs to go to a monastery and get a magical eye.
Be careful, my child. The eye is far more than a mere trinket.
Shut up, lady. Nobody gives a shit. Just know there's a prophecy that the movie makes up as it goes along, and let's keep this shit moving. So, whatever, she rides off, and the movie pads its runtime by needlessly showing her riding her horse for what feels like forever. Sometimes by herself, and sometimes with whoever the fuck this is. We have to sit through 8 different views of her riding her horse before finally making it to the goddamn monastery. But that's not all. Ben Kingsley sends his army to follow her, and we get 8 different views of them riding their horses at the exact same time. We get the fucking point. So, after finally arriving, they give her food and a place to stay.
And then you may rest.
So she pays them back by trying to steal this guy's necklace and then bashing his fucking face in. His necklace turns out to be a key to the next room, and she does some Indiana Jones shit and finds the eye in a box. But then the room starts filling up with water, which is bad because in this movie, water kills vampires. So she looks at the eyeball and now she's immune to water. Obviously, the monks don't seem to mind that she literally crushed one of their faces, and they explain to her her father has an army of
humans who chose to work for him rather than die.
By sheer coincidence, they attack the monastery at that exact moment.
The monastery is being attacked!
What comes next is the most embarrassing battle scene of all time. This guy went into it without a weapon and just starts pushing people out of windows. What is this? Why is he swinging straight up? And why does he even bother blocking it? Then Madsen runs up some stairs and then just kind of bumps into a guy. Why would you choreograph something that stupid? And even though it's adorable, why is this guy's act so tiny? How are we supposed to take any of this seriously? To be fair though, this guy sitting on his horse, twirling his sword, was pretty epic. Desperate to stop this shit show, but also understanding it must end the dumbest way possible, he just walks up and knocks Rain out with a single punch. They decide that even though that was really fucking pathetic, they might need her for some reason and set out to rescue her. He brings Rain here, but luckily for them, this place has the worst guards in history. How do the guards not see them? Look just a little to your right, you goddamn idiots. They don't even react when the other guards are hit with arrows. This one guy has time to fire 3 different arrows at 3 different guards who are all within 10 feet of each other. Honestly, they could have just walked right around and behind them, and I doubt they would have noticed. Anyways, this is the home of Meatloaf, who's a powerful vampire.
Mightiest of all vampires.
What? No, not even close. He's a complete freak show, and the movie never explains why they even brought her here. He decides
she stays,
which this guy isn't happy about, but a surefire way to prevent that would have been to not have brought her here in the first fucking place. Anyways, he's about to do creepy things to her, but luckily she wakes up and bites him before passing back out. These two then kill all the vampires. And if you haven't noticed by now, vampires are pretty weak. Like really fucking weak.
Yeah, they're not
I
very
really
strong.
don't understand how they're a threat to anything. So they rescue her, and even though she's unconscious, she somehow runs to the horses with them. And after a lot more goddamn horse riding, it's now nighttime, and she's still unconscious. She was punched a full 24 hours ago and just now wakes up. And of course, it's right when they're talking about her boobs.
And there's also that.
They play it off like they were talking about the cross, but come on.
Why are you taking me?
You should be grateful you're still alive.
What? She can be grateful and still wonder where the f she's going, you dickhead. So they throw her in a jail cell and don't trust her.
What would make us think that you won't attack?
Until she tells them how Kingsley raped and killed her mother. After that total downer, she trains with them, and we get a training montage of her going from being terrible to still being terrible. Now that that's out of the way, this guy's been pretty quiet, but he wants everyone to know that he's a fucking idiot too. First, he forgets she's a vampire and invites her to dinner.
You're more than welcome to join us for dinner.
Then when she reminds him,
I don't think the food you have there will be of interest to me.
he cops a fucking attitude.
You act as though you're the only one who feels pain.
What? She doesn't eat food, dipshit. What does that have to do with feeling pain? He one-ups her in the being fucked up department, though.
My mother and father were both killed by Vladimir. They had turned, and I was to be slaughtered.
Which she finds hot as hell. Which brings up a deep question. Can a movie that's been an incoherent mess the entire time go off the rails? The answer is, who fucking cares? Let's move on. Rodriguez is pissed that Rain's getting all the attention.
It seems you've become very popular, Rain.
So she does what any rational woman would do and betrays everybody and slaughters the entire village. Now we get another special appearance when this guy throws a severed head at Zane. We never learn who this is or why he does that, but he's actually more annoyed by the piece of paper.
Stop throwing things at me.
Zane tries to get him to betray Kingsley.
Unseat Kagan and join me.
But he refuses.
Kagan's gratitude. Oh, Kagan's wrath.
And none of this ever comes up again. This entire scene is completely fucking pointless. Just like the eyeball, there's also a magical heart that Rain needs. When she goes to get it, it turns out the traitorous bitch is after it too.
It was them or all of us.
Talk about awkward. They then have an epic battle, and Rain gets the heart. Now that she has the heart, she's ready to face her father.
I have brought the heart for my father.
This isn't suspicious at all. There's definitely no reason to even check if the heart's really in there. They lock her in a cell, but luckily, these guys are going to blow up the door and bust her out. Just kidding, they're incompetent and are immediately captured. So Kingsley has to do a ceremony in order to get the eye out of her.
Please continue.
And in a shocking twist, it turns out the box was empty. She didn't even put a fake heart in there. Her entire plan was that nobody would ever check the box, and it fucking worked. That's almost as dumb as this escape.
My companion is gone. I don't know what's become of him.
Which also somehow works. We then get a battle that is somehow worse than the one in the monastery. Kingsley shows off his high-level sword fighting skills as he just points his sword at Madsen and slowly walks forward. Not to be outdone, Madsen gives the performance of a lifetime where he doesn't even seem to realize that he's been stabbed in the heart. These two idiots kill each other. So now it's just Rain and Kingsley. Kingsley's about to win, and now this guy's alive again.
To be human and die.
He throws water at him and shoots some arrows, which Rain uses to finally kill him. So now the movie decides to give the audience one last middle finger and tells us if Rain bites someone, they don't die, they become a vampire.
Please, you don't have to leave me.
That would mean all the people she bit and killed, including Rodriguez, aren't actually dead. And what about the vampire she bit who then died? None of this makes any fucking sense. The movie then ends with Rain sitting on the throne. I have no idea what that means since everyone's dead, but who cares? This travesty is finally over.
Oh my god.
If you don't agree that Blood Rain is the worst movie ever made, then
I should skin you and hang you on display.
I'll be right back. Gotta I'll run my dogs down. I'll be right back. Hello, hello. Oh, I'm broken. I broke. I done broke. What? No. What? Wait. What is this? No. Okay, I'm good. I think. Check. There we go. Okay.
In the Name of the King is the 2007 Uva Bowl epic where he finally gave the world what it's always wanted. Lord of the Rings, but really shitty, and with Ray Liotta's character from Goodfellas, who's also an evil wizard. People claim it's the worst movie they have ever seen, but is it really? Yes. Oh God, yes. It's complete dog shit. I'm going to be fair though and list the positives. Jason Statham. Now the negatives. Literally everything else.
You make my business jiggle.
Statham's character is a farmer who goes by the name Farmer.
What do they call him before he was a farmer? They used to call him Boy.
He has a son who's a whiny little shit.
Chicken again.
And a wife who's just terrible.
I make them pay more because I'm a woman.
The movie starts out strong with Statham unleashing an ungodly amount of spin kicks on a group of Ninja Turtles. While this is happening, Statham's son is killed and his wife is taken prisoner. If the movie had ended there, it would be heralded as an all-time masterpiece. Unfortunately, it somehow still drags on for another 2 hours. Burt Reynolds is the king, who goes by King, but Statham gives 0 shits and tells him to get fucked.
Dare defy your king's wishes.
Then the king's Magus, who they call Magus, goes to talk to Statham and he tells him to get fucked.
Does it occur to you there may be events of greater importance?
Nah, doesn't occur to me.
Ray Liotta plays the main villain and he somehow eclipses Tara Reid.
They up kind of use constellations to pinpoint a geographical location.
In giving the worst performance in an Uva Bowl movie.
I'm beyond good and bad. These are childish ideas. Where would I stop if I showed your friends mercy?
He's working with the king's nephew, the Duke, who goes by Duke, to try and take over the kingdom.
You must put your little plan into action.
Together, they poison the king.
Your Majesty.
But the king ends up being just fine.
They'll find it's not so easy to kill a king.
Which makes that whole thing completely pointless. While trying to rescue Statham's wife, they get caught by these tree women and have to fight them to the death. Wait, no, they let them go. And this was also completely fucking pointless.
They got Hellboy in here too.
The Three Stooges continue to embarrass themselves and are again captured. Statham himself is knocked unconscious. Worried that this shit might actually be making sense. Don't worry, it never does.
There are some things you can't take back.
We get the most nonsensical scene of all time. Liotta decides, instead of killing Statham, he's going to get some answers out of him instead. The only problem is that when he's asking questions, he's actively hanging him.
I can't see past your scowl. Why is that?
How the fuck is he supposed to answer your questions if he can't even breathe? You goddamn moron.
Who are you?
He's just a farmer, you jackass. He doesn't know he's the king's son yet. Then, to top it off, Liotta suddenly stops caring.
Some riddles aren't worth solving.
And then basically gives his sword to Statham, whose hands are tied behind his back. He then kills him and cuts himself down. How can anyone take a villain seriously after that show? So Liotta says, "F this. I don't want to be here anyways. I dare you to fire me. And wears a black leather jacket that really doesn't fit in for the rest of the movie. Magus then reveals that Statham is the king's son.
He is your son.
30 years ago, Magus told the king that his 3-year-old son had been killed in a massacre, which is really f***ed up.
Sometimes the gods know what is best for us.
But somehow, the king isn't even bothered by this.
You better be sure.
So now the Duke's plan is to just tell everyone that the king is dead and he's in charge.
Fight today. In the name of your king. Fight for me.
He takes a group of soldiers to join up with the turtles.
Meet your new allies.
These are Krug.
And plan to attack their own castle.
Tomorrow you will burn Castle M.
Somehow, they go along with this, and everyone is shocked when it turns out the king is still alive and doesn't want to attack his own home.
You will never be king. Not now. Not ever.
So, the Duke goes ahead with his plan using just the evil turtles, and we get the weirdest battle you will ever see that includes ninjas whose black outfits really blend in with the trees, giant slingshots that insult your intelligence, and turtles lighting themselves on fire before catapulting themselves into trees. We at least get to see Statham murdering the f*** out of everything that moves. And this really awkward exchange.
Fight like dogs.
Yes, sir.
The battle goes on for what feels like forever, but nothing important happens until the end when the Duke fires an arrow into the king's chest before escaping. Statham runs across the turtles' heads in a believable and realistic way. And then the tree women turn into Spider-Man.
I was gonna say, I like the tree women.
And capture the Duke, making his escape in the first place just another thing that was completely pointless. Now we see the turtle stronghold, and holy shit, how did they not get sued for this? The only thing that makes any sense is you can't get sued.
Walk into Mordor.
For copyright infringement if nobody sees your fucking movie. Anyways, instead of killing the Duke for all that treason he did, the commander challenges him to a duel.
Why just
While
a
they're
duel?
dueling,
They just
some
end it,
jackass
you know what I mean?
yells out,
Doesn't make any sense.
The king is dead! King Conrad has died! I am your king!
wait, how is he the king?
Long live the king!
He just attacked the kingdom and murdered the old king.
Hip hip huzzah!
Luckily, Magus is there to tell everyone.
Our beloved King Conrad passed away. Murdered by his nephew.
How did nobody know that? He did it in front of everybody. Even if they didn't see it, they all knew he led the attack, so he's responsible anyways, you fucking idiots.
Wow, I have one. My has like really long hair.
This movie's starting to piss
I barely
me off,
see it 'cause
so
when I
let's
shake my
just
head.
move on.
I was shaking my head at this movie.
So, Statham's the king now,
That's how long
which
the
is
hair is.
somehow just a tiny detail that is never mentioned again.
Stand up.
So they decide this is one of those movies where if you kill the main villain, his entire army will immediately die or f off somewhere or something. It's very poorly explained.
Yeah, that's pretty common.
The kingdom is saved.
Movies.
Statham and Magus are going to sneak in through the
guy
back
goes down, then,
and
like,
decide to bring along
the
two most worthless people they have. First is Magus's daughter that Magus doesn't want joining them.
Yes, well, you made your point. Now, go back to the castle.
And one of the tree ladies who would be a huge help in the forest, but useless inside a mountain, which happens to be where they're going. So, whatever, they continue to do smart things and enter one at a time. The Magus goes first, which gives us this incredible fight scene where he and Leota just stand there. Finally realizing what a terrible turn his career has taken since the actual Lord of the Rings.
No.
He dies of humiliation.
How could I have been so stupid?
Then Statham, in the worst CGI you will ever see, literally just flings himself into the side of the mountain. Somehow, he manages to grab onto something, but goddamn, that's the dumbest plan I have ever seen. Now it's her turn. Apparently she can teleport too. So why the fuck were you just standing there? She can't do anything, so she leaves, and everyone wonders why the fuck she was there in the first place. So, while they explained that sneaking in was the only way to win,
where the broadsword fails, the dagger may succeed.
They still attack with their army anyways. Why? Because that's what happened in Lord of the Rings. And Uwe Boll is a total hack. He makes it nighttime and raining, just like in the Two Towers, even though on literally the other side of the mountain, it is sunny and clear. Whatever. So the prisoners in the mountain are rebelling. But who fucking cares? Statham shows up and has a sword fight against Leota, who uses his magic and traps Statham in books. I've never actually seen the Harry Potter movies, but I still feel like this was stolen from that. Even if it wasn't, it still was. So his wife stabs him through the back, and Statham slits his throat, which makes all the turtles instantly turn around and leave.
Okay,
making
we're done,
the
guys.
entire battle outside and the rebellion inside, just like everything else in the movie, completely fucking pointless. Countless lives would have been saved if they just did nothing instead. So, how does Statham do as the new king? We'll never know because the credits just immediately start rolling. If you don't believe that In the Name of the King is the worst movie ever made, then you
make my bosom jiggle. Oh my. Alright, we can watch something else. I've been doing this for hours. Dead by Daylight, Nicolas Cage on stage reveal.
On the internet across more than 4 decades of incredible films. Please join me in welcoming to Summer Game Fest, Nicolas Cage.
Honestly, I don't think anything could top Keanu at Cyberpunk or CD Projekt Red.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Happy to meet you.
Nick, I gotta say, welcome to the video game world.
Oh, wow, yeah, thank you. I'm so happy to be invited to your very, very cool club, everybody.
Finally, I mean, I gotta say, this is such a crazy, unexpected collaboration. I gotta understand, how did this come about? I mean, some people be like, oh, maybe he'll show up in Fortnite, maybe he'll be in a Hideo Kojima game, but Dead by Daylight, I mean, how does this happen?
Well, it's a museum of horror, right?
Yes.
And when I make movies, one of my favorite genres is horror. And in this, and in that genre, there's a character, a murderous ghost named Sadako, who I think is amazing. And she made an appearance in this game, so that was good enough for me.
Okay. That's what, yeah, I mean, that's what's fun is you're playing one of the survivors in this game, and it's cool that, you know, it really is this museum of horror. Michael Myers, you said all these different characters all coming together. And you play yourself, or who do you play?
So I play this heightened, exaggerated version of a film actor named Nick Cage. And he's going to a location thinking he's making a movie, and instead he wakes up in the fog. And in the fog, he's surrounded by crows and serial killers, and it's rather amusing. And there's something about it that I think, as a survivor, is like a bonding experience. It's a bit like hide and go seek. You have your 3 other teammates who are survivors with you, and it's teamwork. You're working together to pull through, and I like that. And so that was a large reason for wanting to do it as well, that feeling of bonding with your friends.
And you're fully influenced. I know we heard your voice in there, so you recorded lines for it and everything?
See, I want you to know when you're playing the Nick Cage survivor, I even have, when you're choosing your skins, I even say, always remember to dress to match your talent. I want you to know that you're with me, that we're one, that we're fused. And so it was important to me that everything I do, everything I say, from the scream to the grunt, down to the most minimal, exasperated expression of a sigh, whatever it is, it's my voice, so that we are fused.
All right. Fully method, Nick Cage. I love it. I mean, this is so fun. This game, as you said, is such an awesome kind of, you know, collaboration with so many different characters. For you, I mean, how did you find out about Dead by Daylight? Do you know much about the video game
Somebody
world?
very important in my family is a Dead by Daylight enthusiast, and that really put the hook in, pun intended.
Oh my God.
See, Dead by Daylight to
He's
me
so
was an
crazy.
opportunity to branch out. I've never been invited into this space before.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for new adventures. So this to me was like, wow, I can make a whole new audience, meet a whole new audience, and branch out and go on this Dead by Daylight adventure. I didn't say, it took me nothing but a split second to say yes. And speaking about split seconds, excuse me, what I noticed, excuse me, sinuses, allergies. What I noticed was that every move you make when you're doing this, when you're in the gaming space, it's timed down to the split second. It's a very immersive experience when you're acting out in this space, because every move, every grunt, every sigh you make has to be timed perfectly with the gamer's moves. So that was something that I learned from this, and I'm always looking to learn something.
Well, we love having you in the video game world. We want to see Nick Cage in more games.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Nick, thank you so much. Hopefully the first one.
They always be
Nicolas
using
Cage,
actors
great
for
to see you,
video
man.
games now.
Awesome. There you go. Lock it in. Now, for all of you who want to play Nick Cage in Dead by Daylight, the chapter officially comes out on July 25th on PC and console, but PC players can try it earlier by downloading the player test build on July 5th.
Oh, that
and here's
PTS,
an exclusive first look at Nicolas Cage in Dead by Daylight.
Get me out of here. All right, when your movie makers do the research.
For shock's sake, Parker, what part of don't poke around in the archives was unclear?
Fine, I'm a nosy Parker, but now that I found out, it's
what? My job to save her? I've got enough to deal with.
You can't mean that. You can't just ignore that she's in danger.
Hey, I'm trying to focus on what's important.
What's important is not standing by and allowing someone to suffer or die because you do nothing. If you don't get that, then you don't get the first thing about being Spider-Man.
You're the one who doesn't get it, Parker. The future depends on...
My future is meaningless without her.
This is gonna be a huge mistake.
I owe you, Miguel. Big time.
Shocking right you do. But, well, maybe this'll help even the score for everything the world owes you.
Thank you. I mean,
I like this a lot.
Man, I must have been crazy to think about staying here. If people I love are going to be in danger, then I need to be there to help them.
Cobra is the most over-the-top Sylvester Stallone movie.
Oh.
I know you guys are deep in development. First of all, it looks like we have some
I'm super excited
fancy
for
art
this
behind
one.
us. This is this the box?
This is the
I
box
have it.
art.
Okay.
You
I have it
know,
on my PS5.
here it is. I mean,
It's a fun
it has
game.
2 on the box for a reason
First
because
one is.
this game
It's amazing.
features 2 Spider-Men. So
I haven't
I'm really
beat it
excited
because a
about
lot of my save
Absolutely,
data got erased.
Peter and Miles, we're
so I
so excited about
transferred
this,
to PS5.
experience that you
And then
guys
I
are
gave
doing
my
with these sort of 2
PS4,
characters.
to
We saw
friend.
some great gameplay at the PlayStation
Oh, I didn't get
Showcase,
the
but I
save
want to talk about the
saved
2
it off it, so it's just cloud.
villains,
and then
I think, in the game.
For PS
There may be
so
more.
I did
There are more.
upload
There
all
are
my
more
save
out there.
data.
Two main ones, but we have some new art to show of
And then when you
we
go
obviously
for, like,
Craven. We got
PS4
the reveal
versions,
at the
like
PlayStation
PS5,
event. So tell us a bit about him and how he
So
factored in.
Craven's
has
very
some
different
save
from
data
any
problems
character
I've
we've done. He's
experienced.
not, he's not
So
powered
it
by
sets
magic.
it sets you
or,
back, like
tech.
all those
He's
hours
just
you spent
the
doing the
best hunter in the
extras and
world,
all
He's
that.
coming to New York for his greatest hunt. And what's better than all of the Marvel characters that live in New York City? So Peter, Miles, and others. He's on the hunt.
And others, ...
Yes, yes.
But Venom also, obviously,
I love
symbiote is a
Venom.
part of this whole story, as we saw in the gameplay.
That's so cool.
Oh, there you go. Good reaction to the art.
I'm glad you're happy.
I don't know how much you're going to tell us about Venom. Is this, can you tell, is this an Osborn Venom? Can you tell us, what's the origin of Eddie Brock Venom? Or?
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
Our goal was to tell an original story, something
Yes.
you haven't seen in the comics or the movies yet. Obviously,
Wow.
we love Venom for a reason.
Yeah.
All those things you love about the character are going to be there, but how the story plays out, who is Venom, you have to play the game to see how it goes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. There's a bit of a tease. Now, obviously, the symbiote is a big part of the gameplay, and one of the things I think we were all struck with the footage that you showed at the PlayStation Showcase was, how that is going to really impact the gameplay when you're playing as, Peter. So tell us a bit about that and how, the gameplay is going to be dramatically different.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw it in just the raw power, the strength, and even the transformation of Peter's moves in that gameplay reveal.
Yeah.
We call him the acrobatic improviser, him and Miles, but you can tell there's a lot more strength, a lot more raw power,
Yeah,
aggression,
I liked watching
which you saw both in the moves and how Peter talks. So
Yeah.
it's not just what happens in gameplay; it's what happens, how the story plays out.
Interesting. So how it affects him as well.
Yeah,
to go
I mean,
through the
you
story.
saw some of that, and
Yeah.
there's much more of that journey when you play the game.
And I know the journey is also more expansive. You've got Queens, Brooklyn, so even more of sort of
Yeah,
city
I mean, the
racing,
city
right?
is pretty much doubled in size. So it's Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, and then being able to use the web wings to traverse at
Yeah.
speeds way faster than they were before is really
That's
awesome.
one of the best parts. is
Hugely
just web
ambitious
slinking around
game you
the
guys
city.
have been building over the past few years. We saw at the PlayStation event, it said at the end, fall 2023, and I think we're like getting close to that. Are you guys feeling confident that you're gonna make it this fall?
Jeff, I know you like exclusives.
Yes.
And I can promise you we are very confident what we're going to tell you right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
October, huh?
Nailing it. October 20th. Spider-Man 2, exclusively for PlayStation 5.
Got it.
11 song. I believe that was scratching.
This is sighted in Queens. Closing in now.
Maybe they did cycle. Like,
Cover the door.
I love it all for them.
The beast could be anywhere.
I wish I could play that.
You have no idea. Spider-Man! This whole lizard hunt ends now! Leave Connors alone! Craven wants a hunt? I'll give him one he'll never forget!
Hurt the leg of that spider!
He's gonna wish he never came to New York!
Stand by and wait orders. Satellite scanning all active feeds. Triangulating position. Target located at Harlem Fish Market. All teams converge.
Lizards across the river. I'm not gonna make it in time. Miles, the hunters tracked Connors to the Harlem Fish Market.
Lizard. I'm on it. Sounds like Craven's checking off his...
We don't have much time. Move.
Please, you can switch between.
Guess we'll chat later? Genki, the lizard's loose at the fish market.
Must be sushi night.
You still got that hunter drone you hijacked?
Been really tough hiding it from my mom, but yeah, I'll boot up and see you there.
They got here fast. Can't let him find Connors, or he's done for.
But that's cool.
Spread out. If you find the lizard, don't engage alone.
Look at those fish. It's been feeding.
I can't remember if that was something you.
Never saw it coming. So, how's the hunt going?
Watch out for his new powers!
Judging by the 3 tons of dead fish, not well. All right. Where are you, Connors? Garage might lead to him. Connors tore through this place. He's out of control.
I still like the Spidey sense goes off or
Where am I now?
like that.
How'd you find me?
Follow the fish. Drone's picking up Lizard's trail.
He's still eating. We can catch him off guard. Genki, get behind me. It's just his skin.
Doesn't that mean he's getting bigger?
Yes.
Hungrier too. Whoa.
Hey, man. New threats?
The building's swarming with hunters. Any sign of Connors?
Yeah. Genki's tracking him.
Hey, Mr. Parker. Mr. Spider-Man, I mean.
But the data's incomplete.
Okay, I think I got a lock.
Genki, wait! Be chill!
Oh, my butt.
That wasn't me.
Me neither.
Oh my god, am I broken?
I don't even have a stomach, so...
Let's go!
That's a big ass boy.
Go, go, go! Take him alive!
Can't lose Connors. Harry's dying, and he's the only one who can help.
We won't. You take the drones, I got the jet skis. Cool if I borrow this?
It's almost like
really exciting.
Like you're
Keep
watching
it tight, man.
Spider-Man.
Watch out for those drones.
Don't worry. They think I'm a friendly.
There, take him out.
The East River is not a river, but in fact a saltwater tidal flat. Spider-Man is fighting on right now! Everybody down!
Help the tour boat! Right! I've got the metal murder bird! I warned you about going after Connors. Now this is on you. Poison clouds. That all you got?
Almost done here. Civilians are all safe. How you looking?
This gunship won't quit!
I'm right behind you. We'll take it down together.
No time! I got you. Time to go boom, boys!
Oh, no! Spider-Man has got defenses! Spider-Man, hang on!
Over there! The one with the tendrils! Move!
Miles! Grab on! Let's go! He's right behind you!
I know!
Whoa! Ski faster!
Fly faster! I do not want to be lizard food! Got him! Hold on! Look out! Everyone, take cover!
What are you guys doing?
Trying to take out that gunship! Can't get close enough!
But I can. I'm one of them, remember?
Bro, that's it! Pete! Alley-oop on 3?
Fine.
1, 2, 3! Alley! Woo!
He got away from us.
It's good, Pete. I saved the tracker. Let's go, man, before he gets too far.
No. He's mine.
You sure? He's got big teeth.
So do I.
He's not normally like that, right?
No. He's never like that.
Alright, that was cool. I'll definitely play that on stream eventually. I have remote play on here, maybe that would be better. A high graphic game. Look there.
それで今回の指令はあなた好みの単純な力仕事です。ある人物を警護していただきます。頼みましたよ。コードネーム上流。大丈夫か？
ええ、お待たせしてしまって。
トラブル発生。車はまだか？到着まで3分。何があった？お前らも今回り右すりゃ無事に帰れる。さもなきゃこれから起きることは全部お前らの選んだ結果だ。
Oh my god.
Omae no nawa. 俺に名はない。
プレイステーション。
I love Yakuza.
What's your plan? Knowing you have only 66 days to live.
Oh yeah, they're making it Mortal Kombat, but it's just called Mortal Kombat.
A character that you'll pick, and then I know you also have a separate kind of cameo menu, so you pick sort of a pair when you start the game?
Yeah, normally in a fighting game, you'll see a roster, basically, you know, where you select your character. After you do that, there's a second roster of characters, which are a whole new, completely different fighters that are the cameo fighters. And these fighters actually, they will join the fight. But they,
a lot of blank squares there.
Yeah, so it's kind of like imagine yourself with Sub-Zero, but you have some of Jack's moves, and you can call him out. You can do it multiple times, as you saw in the gameplay. You know, so you can you can basically combine these two characters. All the characters can be combined with all the cameo fighters, and that's where you see. That's where the player's kind of imagination comes in, and they can actually customize it for what they like seeing. You know, the best team ups.
Well, so how does that work? So you're in gameplay, you have your main, you have your cameo. How do you summon them? Is it time-based? Like, how often do they come in? It's not a tag team thing, right? Where
Yeah, exactly. And you're basically summoning them. It's just one button push is basically summoning, but they have a variety. So you can go, you know, push that button with towards, and it'll do a different move. Push it with down, it'll do a different move. Okay. And so the combination.
Oh, I see. So you can bring them in a combo. Almost.
Exactly, exactly. And so you see, there's like a meter up on top, which is basic. That'll limit it, so you can't obviously fire them indefinitely, but you can call them pretty much whenever you want, and they have, you know, like in the middle of a combo, they'll have a lot of you know, basically a whole arsenal of their moves. So Sonya, you saw come out there. Sometimes you'll see them appear twice in there.
So time-based, they come out, and then obviously as you go through, You revealed some of them there, but is it a different set of characters that'll be in the cameos? Are there some repeats from the main roster? How will that work?
Yeah. Some of the characters are going to be available as cameos as well as the main roster fighters. You can play Sub-Zero with Sub-Zero, right? Same thing with Scorpion. But a lot of our cameo fighters are kind of like nods back to our first game. So you'll notice Sonya and Kano and Jax are in their kind of older costumes. And so there's a lot of that novelty. We have a lot of like really surprise ones. I think you guys saw Goro.
Yes, Goro popped in there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of like kind of really digging into the old Mortal Kombat games as far as getting, we really love the novelty of it. We really want the cameo characters to feel.
That looks good. New fighting games have a weird relationship, right? Like, I like them, but they're kind of just like all the same to me, and I don't even do combos. I just button mash. The one fighting game I've played recently, free one on. I'll just show it real quick. I'll show it. Well, not all of them. I have some launchers of this one. So, a free fighting game. And yeah. Pretty cool. I like it. This is the last one I played, just while we're on the topic of that.
I have had enough of you. Then go, before I put you down. Fight!
Today, you have proven worthy of joining us. Come, there are other champions I must gather.
What do you want?
Sento, it's my family blade.
Sento's mine, and I won't give it up without a fight.
That looks really good.
Enough!
Oh my.
Okay, let's go back to one here. Who are you again?
Lord Liu Kang, protector of Earthrealm, god of fire.
You have skills, Raiden, but you're inexperienced.
Whatever experience I lack, I make up for in heart.
If your disease becomes known, you will be banished. I only want what's best for you.
Or do you secretly covet my throne?
Story-wise and character-wise, I have no idea what's going on that. Because I haven't played it.
It is time. Time to wake up to a new reality. To a blank canvas that I have painted in with warmth and peace. In my new era, the choice is yours. Whether to live in quiet serenity or bloody strife.
Mortal Kombat, so we're gonna go bloody strife.
To dwell in joyous prosperity or bitter rivalry.
So badass.
You can face each other as sworn enemies or united as brothers. But a storm is brewing, and soon you will discover that even in this new era, one constant remains. There is always something worth fighting for.
Not play all cinema. I like how it recommends my own. Prince of Persia. I heard they were like remaking the first one. Oh, this is just like a side scroller platform.
Our kingdom is cursed. The prince has been kidnapped and taken to a forbidden land. All hope rests with us, the Immortals, to rescue him and save the Empire. But we weren't prepared for what was coming next. Then again, they weren't prepared for me.
Bloodbrain had the game just like it just has like cell-shaded style and that doesn't look as good.
Coulda do all of the enemies plotting, that's whether they ready or not. Better get better with time, I can't see an enemy ending the plot. My struggle came with a purpose, now I'm about to turn it down to a bird. You see, I ain't begging, I'm what I'm deserving, I'm putting on every battle.
I hope the music doesn't give me a
dark side, let show you the light. See how I roll up, you're grown up, never giving them hope. Keep them all warriors, victorious, put it home on them enemies get close. So I see the danger coming.
In these times of darkness, hope is the only thing that keeps us fighting. I will fulfill my destiny and save the kingdom.
I played Golem, so don't have to. I heard Golem is really bad.
Geppetto's puppet. We need your help.
Tokyo?
Je t'ai rencontré simplement et tu n'as rien fait pour chercher à me plaire. Je t'aime pourtant, ton amour ardent, rien je le sens, tu seras toujours mon amour.
a
Listen,
snack
pal.
real quick, but
Nice landing, but let's
just right
not
over
make
here.
it a habit.
Okay, back. I got my fries from earlier. Couldn't finish.
End of a Gun is the Steven Seagal movie where he finally tells the world,
I don't really care.
Seagal cuts right through all the bullshit and gives us his obligatory strip club scene within the first 2 seconds.
I would be disappointed if there wasn't one.
It's not connected to anything else, but then again, it's a Seagal movie and nothing ever is. It's just random shots of strippers in between shots of Seagal driving around France, listening to voicemails from models who desperately want a piece of that sweet Seagal ass.
Hello, Decker. I'm at Chateau nightclub.
One thing I've noticed about this is he always has, like, the women in the movies, like, fawning over. Like, not even, like, hardly, like, fawning over, like, anybody else, or, like, having a crush, it's, like, weird.
You know, normal Seagal things. What sets this movie apart and blew away both of his fans is that randomly throughout the movie, we are treated to Seagal's high-energy narration.
In my life, nothing ever happens for the reasons you might think.
Somehow, he's able to keep up that level of excitement the entire movie.
Been good, but I've been better.
He then gives us something we've only seen maybe 10 to 12 times from him. A scene where he randomly comes across a man beating a woman who he saves.
Leave her alone.
And then falls in love with him. He does put a unique spin on this one though, by shooting the man in the goddamn face. Now the police are investigating, and the lead detective just happens to be an old buddy of his.
Look what the cat attracting.
Oh my god.
He drops hints about Seagal's dark past.
That shooting team over there is going to watch you because of your past.
Just wait until you find out what that's all about.
I was exonerated.
You'll be waiting a really long time though, because it never comes up again.
No, it doesn't.
Back at the police station, Seagal just starts freestyling complete nonsense.
I don't exist.
It's clear that this detective has dealt with Seagal before.
Whatever. Just sign the goddamn statement. I'm a fucking ghost over here, man. You're working undercover here? The reason for being undercover is to not
You just
tell
took
people.
it.
He is not undercover.
Michael, listen to me.
The
detective is really trying to get him to focus.
Read it and sign it. Let's go home.
But Seagal doesn't give a f.
What the girl said. I can't discuss that with you.
He literally asks the detective if he and the girl can get their story straight.
I just want to know if she's backing up my story, sharing the same version.
This entire scene is like an SNL
That is something
skit.
I would never
I'll
say
take the rapists for 200.
Like, I was
That's
in question.
therapists.
How
The
long
murder, I wouldn't say, like, yeah,
Back
could be
when
the
you
way
had
their
a
story
full
straight.
head of hair.
He still has a full head of hair. This was you like 30 years ago. What the f are you even talking about?
Why would I shoot some white bitch in a fucking parking lot?
That is what your statement is supposed to explain.
To blow my fucking cover.
Again, he is not undercover.
All I want to find out is who he is.
Born in Houston, Texas. 32 years old.
I already stole that off the report.
What report? What the hell are you even talking about? Oh, f it. Just let his body double go so this show can be over.
He needs a body double to walk.
Now it's the next morning, and the dead guy's girlfriend, Lisa, just happens to walk by. Talk about awkward. She's wearing all black because clearly she's in mourning.
Sorry about your boyfriend.
I guess she's over it now, and after looking at that sexy stallion, can you really blame her?
Precisely.
Yeah.
Hey, can we smoke out here?
Yeah.
It's friends, man. You can smoke anywhere here.
Ignoring that he just called her man.
It's friends, man.
I don't speak French, but I'm pretty sure that sign says no, you can't. You know what? F you too, and your shitty nose job. Anyways, she tells Seagal her dead boyfriend's car has $2 million in the trunk, and she wants his help getting it out of impound.
Could you get it for me?
He agrees for 10% and the chance to bang her. I am not making that up.
What if I give you something?
The movie then teases us with Mr. Vargas, the criminal kingpin behind everything. We don't get to see his face because when the movie finally reveals who it is, it's going to blow your mind. This is Gage. He works for Mr. Vargas, but his main role is padding the movie's runtime, which is still somehow only 84 minutes. You could cut out about 90% of his scenes, and the plot wouldn't be any less coherent or stupid than it already is.
My mother has a doctor's appointment at 4 o'clock. Get there early.
The worst part is, we never even find out what happened with his mother's doctor's appointment.
Bye, Mom. I said bye, Mom.
Anyways, he's also after the $2 million of Mr. Vargas's money. So Seagal picks Lisa up, and I'm pretty sure they forgot to write the dialogue for this scene and were just winging it.
You don't have a plan, do you?
Yeah, my plan is to go get the money.
So where are we going?
Back to my apartment.
You said we were gonna go get the money.
Yeah.
There's no way anyone actually wrote that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
You're about to. You're about to.
Good job, Seagal. Those improv classes really paid off. Gage then meets with his lawyer, which, for some reason, happens in a children's playground. This bizarre scene serves zero purpose other than being a perfect metaphor for how the audience feels.
You just stepped in dog shit.
Now, Seagal finally reveals his master plan.
Wait, because it's about to get dark.
If you were expecting anything coherent, then this must be your first Seagal movie.
Darkness is our friend.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Seagal and Lisa then make sweet, sweet love. He then drops the good news.
I'm in.
And he'll help her get the money from the car. Seagal gives so few fucks about his movies that he somehow forgot that he was already in and that none of this makes any sense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Anyways, she talks Seagal into taking her to Florida with him.
Maybe I can come with you.
Because they're clearly in love.
It's because it's my...
It's your money?
Of course it's the money, you idiots. Look at her. Now look at you. Her. You.
I love the fuck out of cookies.
Such a
Yes,
flattering picture.
we all know that, but please try and focus. You know what? F it. Just tell him what he wants to hear.
I'll bake you cookies when we get back.
And we can all move on. They go to the parking garage, and Seagal gives her instructions.
You look out.
It's pitch dark outside.
It's pretty far from pitch dark, but whatever. She's the lookout. And what should she do if she sees someone? Okay, great. There's a problem though. The entrance to where he needs to go is a window on the 3rd floor. Guess how he gets up there? I mean, guess literally, because the movie never tells us. He just magically f***ing appears, climbing through the 3rd-story window. He then makes his way to the car and grabs the money before murdering the fuck out of this officer. Remember, Seagal's the hero. Seagal celebrates by showing us how much of a ladies' man he is.
Yeah, now you owe me some good pussy.
Which means it was bad before. Smooth, Seagal. Smooth. The next morning, Seagal leaves to set up an exit plan to get both of them to Florida.
I need 2 tickets out of here tomorrow morning. What's going on? Key West sounds good and warm.
Is he your fucking secretary or something? Get your own tickets, jackass. And why couldn't you make this phone call from your apartment? Where the fuck are you even driving to? God damn it, whatever. So Seagal returns from whatever the fuck that was to find Gage has broken in and has Lisa at gunpoint.
Check the bathroom.
He does some of his patented no-look shooting before throwing this guy repeatedly and breaking everything in his apartment. Wait, if you both still had bullets, why the fuck were you fighting hand to hand? Seagal then chases after Gage and doesn't even put in the effort to pretend like he's aiming. Why are his first 2 shots off to the left? What the fuck is he shooting at? Despite Seagal's sharpshooting, Gage gets away with Lisa and then calls the mysterious Mr. Vargas. He just can't get over how late it is.
Do you know what time it is here?
I don't know why.
I said, do you know what time it is?
He's...
All right, everyone, for joining me on 5 hours.